Hello and welcome to a night of live action here on Box Nation. We've got 8 fights for you from the Knowsley Culture Centre. Former world champion Hannah Rankin tops the bill when she goes in with German Naomi over 8 rounds. Local lads James Heneghan is in chief support with his 11th pro outing. Olivia Hussey from down the road in St Helens has made her debut in Liverpool in September and she's back for her 2nd outing in the city. Conor Taylor, now going by the name Conor Mistiades, is in a 4-round cruiserweight fight. Nelson Birchall takes on Naeem Ali. Jamie Moore's charge Turnson Bay. Tulamek is against Robert Tularek over 8 rounds. There's heavyweight actions with Boma Brown, and we get the night underway with unbeaten Irishman Paul Ryan. Hello and welcome. Box Nation was the home of British boxing for over a decade. See, we saw the biggest fights in Box Nation. How surreal is it to be back?
It's surreal, but look, Box Nation's back. Look around us tonight. What an absolutely amazing setup we've got. Great way to bring the... Look, Umar's done a fantastic job with the first part of the launch of Box Nation. He's come back as an interview channel. He's done great numbers, fantastic interviews. But now part 2 of the relaunch, the live shows. Box Nation's synonymous with the live action. And tonight, not only have we got a fantastic setup, we've got an absolutely amazing card for you as well.
Sorry, that was really rude of me. I didn't even introduce you guys. I'm here with Ollie Bessel, Nando Anacatino, and I'm Georgia Banks. Let's get into it. Fantastic night here live in Liverpool. Nando, how are you feeling being back on Box Nation?
I feel great. Legendary channel coming back. What I want to know is, we saw great debuts back in the day of legends. We saw great British fights, great British rivals, and world title fights on British soil and internationally. What does Box Nation look like in the future?
Well, first of all, just with that intro, I can feel the enthusiasm about Box Nation being back. You know, it's exciting for everybody. I think Box Nation this time around is going to look slightly different. We are, of course, going to have world title fights on the shows down the line. We're going to have domestic title fights on it. But the premise behind it really is to showcase the up-and-coming talent. You know, the grassroots of professional boxing. We want to give them a platform to be able to, you know, give them the exposure that they maybe wouldn't have had this early in the career. On top of that, you know, it's getting them used to the production side of it, the pre-fight interviews, the post-fight interviews, everything that goes along with these big shows now. You know, we look at the production over in Saudi Arabia. We've got to prepare the fighters for that, you know. Jumping straight into that early in their careers would be difficult for them. So this is really, you know, giving those younger fighters and the fighters making their debuts an opportunity, you know, to get used to the boxing world a bit. We spoke to Frank Warren earlier on in the week. He agrees. He said exactly the same thing. You know, this is an opportunity for the younger fighters to showcase themselves.
Brilliant. And we've seen that you've been in Saudi before with Queensbury as well. Can we see Box Nation in Saudi in the future?
Oh, potentially. Who knows? We'll start with tonight in Liverpool. We've got a fantastic setting. We've got a great card for you guys. We're excited to get going. And yeah, we'll start here. We'll see where it goes.
And you just mentioned the production element here. The production tonight is fantastic. Fantastic.
Yeah, it is. And, you know, even though it's a small hall show, you know, we want to stand out. We want to be different. Box Nation, again, for over a decade, it was, you know, a huge brand, synonymous with the absolute elite in British boxing and global boxing. And even though we've come back to the small halls, you know, we want to make sure the production's good, great fight cards. And, yeah, looking around tonight, you know, it's exciting.
Just before we have any more chat about this fantastic show we've got here, I'm just going to quickly throw to Dev Sani, who's got a fantastic commentary with him.
Thank you very much, Georgia. And oh my goodness, I have spent my entire day pinching myself. We have live boxing back on Box Nation. Also, I have with me a future world champion, I'm going to say it, Raven Chapman, and boxing journalist Jermaine Brown. How are we?
Very well, I'm excited for tonight.
Right, so we're back on Box Nation. I mean, for me, this means a lot. This is where it all started. So many great fights have taken place on this channel.
10 years ago.
I know, right? Give me some highlights, like, you know, like Mayweather's been on here. There's been so much, Raven.
So many big nights on Box Nation, as well as small nights, as we've discussed as well. So I'm really excited to see it back tonight. Kicking start with a good friend of mine, Hannah Rankin, topping the bill. So yeah, I'm really excited, and it's just good to have Box Nation back. You know, it's such a iconic name in this game, isn't it?
And look at you with a branded mic as well. It's great to have it back, Jermaine.
Yeah, it's something I've watched as a child growing up. Box Nation, some fantastic nights as growing up. Nathan Cleverly, Adonis Stevenson on there. Amir Khan's been on there a few times. So yeah, some fantastic fighters over the years, and I'm excited for tonight. Really am.
Well, in terms of the card, obviously the main event, as you talked about, is Hannah Rankin. Must-win fight for Hannah Rankin. Away from that main event, what takes your pick, Jermaine?
I'm looking forward to seeing Paul Ryan fight tonight. And
well, that's the first one.
Yeah.
You're in great luck.
Yeah. So looking forward to that one. Boma Brown as well, another fight as well. Looking forward to watching him tonight. So yeah.
Yeah, some good fights. Obviously, we've got a few Queensbury fighters on the show tonight, in Boma Brown, James Heneghan, Hannah Rankin. So I think we're in for a good show, a good night. And yeah, hopefully they can put on some performances for us. I'm sure everyone's feeling it. It's the first Box Nation show. They're going to want to perform. They're going to want to make it a memorable night, and hopefully that's what we get.
Well, look, the show is called Back to Business, and initially it was headlined by Casey Kademi, who was going to be bouncing back from a world title loss. It's still back to business, even though he's no longer main event. Hannah Rankin also has to bounce back to business tonight, coming off that loss, heartbreaking loss to Emma Kozin.
Yeah, as you say, very close fought fight. Could have gone either way. I was really gutted for Hannah that night. I know she'd worked very hard, and like you say, it's a must-win fight for her tonight. I know Hannah's really looking forward to having that chance to box on Box Nation, and hopefully she can take that with both hands. You know, she's got an opponent who has also been in good company, likes of Lauren Price, Kirsty Babington. So yeah, hopefully Hannah can do the same to Kozin as those other people did, and we'll see. Like I say, she has to win this fight tonight to progress in her career.
Well, listen, every fight really is must-win, but it feels like a real must-win night for Hannah Rankin. We're going to go back over to Georgia, who is ready, and I think we're going to get some more picks of the evening. Over to you, Georgia.
Thanks, Dev. What a commentary team we've got tonight.
Fantastic team, very experienced as well.
You know, the commentary team was important to us. You know, when we're talking about using Box Nation as a platform to showcase younger fighters, it's also an opportunity for the broadcast team as well. You know, we've got a good mix of talent up here. Our commentary team is absolutely fantastic. We've got Dev Sani, of course, the face and voice of Queensbury Promotions. We've got Raven Chapman sitting next to him, you know, WBC international champion. She's going to give some great insight tonight. And Jermaine sitting next to them. In January, he did a terrific job for the Casey Kademi world title fight. He's back again tonight, and we're really excited about the team we've got.
And not only that, we've got former world champion Shannon Courtney doing ringside interviews as well.
We have, and again, great opportunity for her. She's been looking for an opportunity to do some ringside interviews. We think she fits in with the team brilliantly well, and again, another exciting opportunity.
Now, we've got a stacked card tonight, guys, but I want to know, what are your guys' picks tonight? We've got good local talent, we've got some Queensbury fighters. What fight are you looking forward to the most?
I'm excited about seeing James Heneghan. I've worked with James Heneghan a lot. He's a Warren Boxing management fighter. You know, he was really unfortunate last year, on the verge of an area title opportunity. He picked up an injury, didn't quite happen on the Magnificent 7 card, but he's back tonight in his hometown. I'm looking for a big performance from him.
For me, it was James Heneghan as well, but even Hannah Rankin, the first female British fighter to headline Box Nation as well. And also, it's make or break tonight. She's coming off a loss. She went to become 3-time world champion against Kozin in her last fight. She came short tonight. It's make or break. She wins tonight. She's going to go on to get another opportunity against Kozin.
It's quite early in the night, but people are trickling in quite nicely out there. I'm expecting a good atmosphere here tonight in Liverpool.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a fantastic atmosphere. You know, the crowd in Liverpool is always great. When we were looking for a city to host the first Box Nation show back, you know, we had a couple of options. We always put on shows in London. We had a look at Liverpool, we had a look at the venue, we had a look at the setup, and we thought, let's go for it. We expect it to be absolutely electric in here tonight. Well,
as a northerner, I am quite glad you picked a northern city.
For sure.
Nando, what are you most looking forward to in the run-up, in the future for Box Nation?
I want to see more title fights. So that's the thing that when I was growing up, I was watching Box Nation. I saw great rivalries, and he knows I love rivalries. I love to stir them up. But we saw Chisora, we saw David Haye, we saw the likes of Tyson Fury and Chisora as well. Let's get Derek here. But jokes aside, I want to see title fights, classic British title fights, and hopefully, like Ollie said, world title fight.
Perfect. We've got a stacked card for you tonight, guys, so don't go anywhere, but we're going to throw it over to MC and get these fights underway. Take it away, Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, to all of our fans in attendance and everyone joining us at home, welcome to the return of Box Nation. Warren Boxing Management proudly presents Back to Business, live from the Knowsley Culture Centre here in Liverpool. We are streamed live and exclusively on Box Nation. Tonight's event is brought to you in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing and is sponsored by Gold Star and Trade Centre UK. We are now ready to welcome our first boxers to the ring. Please welcome first, making their way to the red corner, from Mainz in Germany, Fabrizio Rocky Siciliano Rubino.
Well, our first ring walk of the evening will be Fabrizio Rubino, 34-year-old from Germany. He carries the nickname of Rocky Siciliano. So what better way to start Box Nation than with Rocky? How about it, Raven?
Shame he's not against Creed, you know.
Well, he will be against Paul Ryan, who we can see there just warming up. This is an interesting ring walk here, where he's going to have to just literally walk past his opponent, who is there waiting, hoping to stop him minutes later.
Yeah, very, very interesting way to do it, but, you know, it is what it is. Obviously very interesting to see how it goes. Something delaying Rubino coming out.
Well, I think something may well be delaying the ring walk. Maybe Rocky just readjusting his shorts, perhaps, or his gloves.
Last-minute toilet.
It could be. Look, you never know.
You never know.
This is live television. This is what Box Nation. This is the bread and butter of Box Nation. This happened so many times back in the years. Rocky at the moment is just delayed a little bit, but he'll be all right, Raven.
He'll be all right. You know, who knows what it could be? Last-minute jitters. Something's not quite right with the glove. They need to redo it, retape it, but I think it's all go. He's coming out now.
He is indeed. Rocky Siciliano, Fabrizio Rubino, and he will be in the away corner of our first live fight tonight on Box Nation. Live boxing returns to Box Nation tonight as he growls as he makes his way to the ring. I do wonder what the delay was. He looks perfectly fine, perfectly up for it, Raven.
Very much up for it. Obviously, he's getting hyped up. Maybe just wanted a little bit of extra time hyping himself up for the fight. But yeah, he looks ready to go. Obviously, 6 fights, 50-50 ratio wins to losses against Paul Ryan. 6 fights, 6 wins. So will he be able to make it?
Please welcome his opponent to the blue corner, from Dublin, Ireland, Paul Ryan.
Well, fight number 7 for the talented Dublin man, Paul Ryan. 25-year-old southpaw, decorated amateur. Won bronze medal, European silver medals, 3 Irish national titles. He's not had the most luck in terms of activity. It's been a little bit of stop-start, but he is hoping he can get 2024 off to a good start here tonight. Takes on Rocky Siciliano, Fabrizio Rubino, and he'll be looking to make a bit of a statement here tonight. First live fight on Box Nation.
Yeah, obviously he's got a good amateur.
Live on Box Nation, Warren Boxing Management, in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing, proudly presents 4 rounds of boxing in the middleweight division. All of tonight's action is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Our area representative is Les Potts. For this contest, our timekeeper at the bell is Mr. Phil Morris, MBE. Our referee in the ring, Dave Mulholland. And scoring from ringside is Jamie Kirkpatrick. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our officials. It is now time to introduce our boxers. Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner, wearing the white shorts trimmed with black. He weighed in at 11 stone and 6 pounds and 10 ounces. He comes to the ring with a record of 3 wins and 3 defeats. He has 1 big win by way of knockout, boxing out of Mainz, Germany. Fabrizio Rocky Siciliano Rubino. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent facing him across the ring and boxing out of the blue corner. Wearing the leopard print and black coloured shorts. On the scales, he weighed in at 11 stone and 9 pounds. He comes to the ring with a perfect record. 6 wins from 6 contests. 3 big wins by way of knockout from Dublin, Ireland, Paul Ryan.
Right, boys, you don't know the rules. Watch the heads in close, watch the low blows. Protect yourselves at all times. Most of all, obey my commands at all times. Touch gloves to have a good fight.
And here we go, first contest of the evening. 6 rounds, super middleweight division. Paul Ryan, Fabrizio Rubino. You can see he's come out very strong with that.
Yeah,
that
straight in
southpaw.
there.
Rubino, normally a very tough, durable man, has found himself in all sorts of trouble here.
A lot of shots.
And he's just holding on there, but that was a storm he had to weather, Jermaine.
Yeah, very fast-paced come up, both throwing big punches. Looking to get each other out there early.
Oh, and he's come back with one, and Paul Ryan's been caught here, and Paul Ryan has gone down and looks in all sorts of trouble, and the referee has waved it off. And what a start to Box Nation's return. A huge upset here as Fabrizio Rubino, Rocky Siciliano, has just knocked out Paul Ryan in the very first round. Absolute shocker, Raven.
Really huge overhand left shot, sort of hooky left there, sort of met Paul Ryan with that southpaw stance, both going at it full force from the start, weren't they? Like Jermaine said, both going out very quick.
Well, let's have a look at the replay here. Paul Ryan's gone in. You could see him getting caught a couple of times. I don't think that's the shot that did it, but he was in a very bad way as the referee called the fight off there. I'm not sure we've seen the shot yet on the replay that actually did the damage. But you could see, as he was piling on the pressure initially, he was getting caught in the way in, and it's got very quiet in here all of a sudden. Paul Ryan currently being spoken to by the doctor, Rocky Siciliano, of course, in the opposite corner. They're just making sure he's okay and he knows where he is.
Yeah, great to see he's standing, he looks okay.
Yeah.
You know.
No, it's good to see he is okay. And what a start. We'll have a look at the replay after the official verdict from the MC, but quite an upset to begin tonight's boxing live on Box Nation. Wow.
Have a big round of applause for both of our boxers. After 27 seconds of round number 1, our referee Dave Mulholland has stopped this contest, declaring your winner by TKO, Fabrizio Rocky Siciliano Rubino.
Well, that is the 4th win.
A big round of applause for Paul Ryan.
So as the gallant Paul Ryan gets a round of applause, that is the 4th win in the career of Fabrizio Rubino, and I'm quite shocked with what I've just seen.
Yeah, I was shocked, especially, you know, Paul Ryan's got that very good amateur pedigree coming into this fight, but that doesn't always, you know, go into the pros as we've seen many times before. Rubino off a 3-fight loss streak. Obviously, like we said, changed that now. He's won his first fight in the last 3. Yeah, very, very unexpected. Was not expecting that in the first round. Obviously, they're both going in very quick, throwing big bombs, but
I think we're going to have a look at it now as well. So that was initially when the onslaught came, and there you have it. Huge left hand.
That overhand left coming right through in that southpaw stance, met him bomb for bomb with that one.
Well, he started so strongly, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I thought he was going to get behind a jab. He was going to come out and get behind a jab and just feel his way in the fight, but they both went hell to leather and just threw bombs, and one of them was going to land, and unfortunately for Ryan, it landed on him, and unfortunately the fight was stopped.
This is boxing, right? Like you have all these bout sheets like we've got here. We see prospect versus journeyman. You favour one side largely, but it doesn't always go to script, Raven.
Yeah, not always. Obviously, you know, they've both had 6 fights, one 100% win, one 50-50 record. Sometimes the record doesn't say it all. You don't necessarily look at who they've been in with, who those losses are to. And sometimes, you know, because it's a journeyman, these fighters can see through them, look past them, and not give them the credit that they're there for. They're there to test you, especially as you start stepping up. You need to start really stamping your mark on these journeymen, work your way, make them hurt, make them work for it, you know, and that's what these journeymen are also for.
But I'll tell you what, I've seen him around the hotel, in the same hotel as him, saw him at the weigh-in yesterday. He's carrying himself with a certain confidence, and I did a little bit more research than just the record. He's fought loads and loads of MMA fights in something called mixed fighting over in Germany. That's a proper fighter there, so I mean, he certainly came to fight.
Yeah, he did. I mean, like we said, we didn't set the fight to start so quickly. Both fighters coming out, met each other and then in the ring and just started throwing big punches. And yeah, I was a bit shocked by that. I actually thought Ryan was going to get behind a jab and feel his way out through that fight. So yeah, I'm still a bit shocked by that, really. But, yeah.
Do you think it's look? He's not been particularly active. This is his first fight of 2024. There's been a lot of time that he's had outside of the ring, no fault of his own. He's had fights fall through, fights get cancelled. This was a chance for him tonight to come back and say, hey, I'm that guy. I want to make a statement. First fight on Box Nation. Do you think maybe it got too much?
Yeah, 100%. You obviously seen he was very eager to stamp a mark in there, very eager to put that pressure onto his opponent, Rubino. But in doing that, he left himself vulnerable. His chin was in the air, and that's why he got caught. You know, you've got to set that work up. You can't just go in bull and horn steaming through. You need to work for it a little bit. You know, you need to check out the opponent, even if it's the first 30 seconds. You're like, yeah, okay, you know what, I've got this. Then step up the gears. But like you said, Rubino's been having MMA fights. All of that is experience, and like you say, Ryan, he's not fought for a while. Rubino's had his last fight December just gone. It's not that long ago, you know. He still had that experience in the ring, and that all counts, that all helps.
Well, what a start to our fight night on Box Nation. We've already seen a knockout, a huge upset knockout here. Paul Ryan stopped in the first round by Fabrizio Rubino. The next fight coming up, we will be hoping to see a knockout because it's in the heavyweight division. Boma Brown returns. It's fight number 4 for him. Raven, thoughts heading into Boma Brown's fight number 4?
Well, like he's in a very good stable, you know, stable of hard hitters, one of the best featherweights in the world in Nick Ball.
I thought you were talking about yourself, yeah.
Well, he's
you
not
wanted me to say it.
In the males,
yeah.
In the male category. Obviously, I'm the best in the females.
A little message to Sky Nicholson down the camera there.
And Serrano.
Yeah. Oh, and all of them.
But yeah, obviously he's in very good company in who he trains with, signed with Queensbury. You know, he's going to be looking to make a big statement. He's
a unit, isn't he, Jermaine?
He is. I walked past him on the way to a comfort break, and I was like, wow, he does look a big guy. So I'm looking forward to this one, yeah.
Big guy. We can see him now backstage. Paul Stevenson, of course, the trainer. It's quite a picture that he trains out of the Everton Red Triangle gym, and whenever they're all pictured together, you can see Boma Brown, and then it's like Nick Ball, Andrew Kane, Peter McGrail, Brad Strand, and like he really stands out over there. But I'll tell you, he says that he benefits from training with those smaller guys because Paul's not letting up on him. Paul's saying you've got to do what they're doing. Yeah,
I'm sure. When you're surrounded by great fighters, you must feed with each other. Good energy. Obviously, Nick Paul been in a massive fight not too long ago, and he's fighting for a world title again soon. So good company then.
Yeah, very good company. It's that iron sharpening iron, isn't it, Raven?
That's it, exactly. When you've got people like that training alongside it, pushes you to do better and be better and to work harder and prove your worth in that sense as well. You know, you want to be at the top in the gym as well. You want to be one of the ones everyone's talking about. You want to be the one who's saying, oh, I'm part of Boma Brown's stable.
Yes.
You know, that's what he'll be wanting.
100%. Look, he's got 1 stoppage so far in his 3 wins. I'm sure he will be looking to try and get another stoppage tonight. That's what you want to see from heavyweights. Do you think like that's going to be pressure on him to try and get his man out of there tonight?
For me, I'm hoping he feels his way through the fight and doesn't rush it, because that's when the mistakes happen. So
100%.
I would like him to feel his way through the fight, and then I'm sure that shot will come, and when it does come, I'm sure he'll get his opponent out of it if need be. So yeah.
Well, he's taking on Toby Vermeer. Now, I don't know how much you guys know about his story, but once upon a time, he was the bigger man. This is a man who was 25 stone and suddenly just decided to get into boxing, and now he'll be significantly lighter than Boma Brown tonight.
It's crazy when you see things like that, how, you know, someone like that could get into boxing and it can completely change your life and make you dedicated to do things that you never thought you'd be capable of.
He's taken it at very late notice as well. This is a guy, I was speaking to him earlier, Toby. He's just going to say yes to fights, basically. He hasn't won a fight yet. He's had a draw and he's had a loss. And now he's taking on Boma Brown. He'll probably be outweighed by 40, 50 pounds in there.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big loss for another fight, but his record, obviously he was improving it. But obviously, I like his story and where he's come from. 12 stone he's lost to start turning to professional boxing. His story was I heard he used to eat 35 chocolate bars a week.
Double deckers, apparently.
Yeah, so wow, to come back and fighting as a professional, that's a good achievement. That's a big achievement.
It's very good. He's telling me we'll see his shorts shortly. That felt good. And here he is.
To do that,
I didn't even mean to do that, but you can see him on the screen here. This is Toby Vermieri. He was telling me about the shorts. The purple and the orange are like a tribute to Double Decker, which he used to scoff by the dozens every day, but no longer a big part of his life, but, you know, paying homage on his shorts.
Maybe he'll be having a few treats to come home to after his fight today, you never know.
Maybe so. I'll tell you, he deserves them for taking this fight on quite late notice, going in with a unit like Boma Brown.
Yeah, I mean, it's not an easy fight. I'm sure you're looking forward to it, but yeah, a tribute to Double Decker. I'm a Double Decker fan. I like Double Deckers myself.
Opportunities like this as well. That's why it's always good for boxers to be in and around the gym, even when they're maybe not scheduled to fight, especially at this kind of level, because you never know when an opportunity might present itself. And he's taken this opportunity. He's on the first Box Nation show since coming back, and it's like, why would you say no? Why'd you turn that down? You know, if you've been in the gym, you know you've been training, definitely do it. Why not? Take that opportunity.
Well, he also works as an insurance broker as well, so he got quite late notice for this fight, but his boss was okay, gave him the half the day, and here he is.
Like you say, it's funny how something like boxing that can really change your life and change the way that you go about your world. You know, he should be working in the office today, and instead he's getting in the ring against another huge monster, you know. So I'm looking forward to it. Obviously, like you say, in the heavyweights, everyone wants to see the knockouts. We've had one good knockout already. Maybe we'll see another one today. I'd like to see a bit more boxing and skill set shown throughout the show, though.
I think so as well. I feel like, I'll tell you what, I can feel it in the air. You know when you can just feel that another knockout is going to come? I think we're going to get that with Boma Brown. But before we hear from Boma Brown, let's hear from everyone, including a little surprise in the presentation team. Let's go back to Georgia.
Thanks, Dev. Now joining us in the studio is Shannon Courtney. Shannon, how are you?
I'm really good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, thank you. Enjoying your time in Liverpool so far?
Yeah, do you know what? I've been here now for a good few months training. I love the city, I love the Scousers, and it's a fighting city, so I'm loving it here.
Definitely. Now, we brought you in here because there's a little bit of delay in the dressing room at the minute. Toby is still having his hands wrapped. Boma's been ready for a little while. What does that do to you mentally and physically, having to wait out because your opponent's not ready?
Do you know what? I don't think nobody expected that fight to go ahead so quickly. So obviously they're not ready as quick as they should be. And if you are ready and you're waiting, that can drain you mentally and physically. You can be paced up and down the change room, not sure what's to come. Even though you're ready, it can kind of put you off a little bit. So hopefully he keep his head about him and got on a good performance.
Will Boma still be warming up in there, even though he's done his warm up, he's got himself ready? Will he have to re-warm up?
They might just say do some sharp pads or even just shadow boxing just to keep himself warm. You don't want to do too much, and then by the time you get to the ring, more tired. But just stay nice and warm so when you come out here, the occasion can get to you.
Should we have a little touch on that first fight? That was a first upset of the night. What do you make of that, Nando?
I've never gone to, all the years I've gone to a boxing event, I've never seen a knockout that made the whole arena go quiet. It was devastating. Shannon, do you think he went in there without a game plan and maybe the occasion of Box Nation got to him?
I just think he went in there and he was swinging. He was quite reckless and he got caught. These journeymen, people don't give them respect they are due. They are clever fighters. They do this for a living, and when they need to turn it on, they can turn it on. The occasion got to him, and that was a horrible knockout. It looked like he was having a fit afterwards, and when they announced that he lost the fight, he still looked concussed. He didn't know where he was, so that wasn't nice to watch.
And him going forward, obviously, that's going to hurt. You coming from losses yourself, how does somebody not go through that, but how do you better yourself the next time you're back out in a fight?
Well, listen, he's got a fantastic amateur pedigree. You know, he won bronze in the World Championships, so he's got a lot of experience. I've lost before, and it's hard to come back from. I've never lost in that way. That's going to take a lot to rebuild from physically and mentally. He's going to have to start from the low. He's going to feel awful backstage right now, if he's even with it right now, because he didn't look like he's with it then. So I think he's going to have to regroup, sit down with the team, and start from scratch again.
Can you just kind of describe how you think he'd be feeling right now?
Do you want my honest opinion?
Yeah.
I don't think he's even with it right now. When they announced that he lost, then he looked confused, like he didn't know where he was. I think right now he should be with the medics, because that was a heavy, heavy knockdown.
Yeah, definitely. Let's touch a little bit on you. You've had a turbulent time. You've had surgeries.
Yeah.
When are we going to see you back out?
I've had, worst luck you could possibly have, but I've had 3 operations on my leg. The leg is no good. I've got a fantastic team with me. I'm training with John Gillies, and he's by far the best coach I've ever worked with, and I've travelled around the world with coaches, so expect the news of me very, very soon. But it's, we've got a very exciting 6 months ahead.
Good. We can't wait to see you back out.
Thank you very much.
Let's get the rest of the fights underway with Boma Brown. Throwing it to RMC Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to get going with our next contest of the evening, where we have 4 rounds of boxing in the heavyweight division. Please welcome our first boxer making their way to the red corner. Originally from Landry Dodwells, now boxing out of Hertfordshire, Toby Vermeer.
Well, here is Toby Vermeer in a sport full of inspirational stories. His has caught the attention of the boxing world. He was a boxing fan in a bad place in life, hugely overweight, 26 stone, addicted to food. He was scared at the way his life was going, but decided he wanted to make a change. He wanted to become a boxer, and just being here, just turning pro, he has already won. And he takes on Boma Brown tonight. He's got quite the task ahead of him.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent, making his way to the blue corner, originally from London, now boxing out of Birmingham, Boma Brown!
Well, that is the hulking 6'6" frame of the 18-stone heavyweight Boma Brown. 28-year-old Londoner is signed with Queensbury Promotions, and he trains out of the Everton Red Triangle Gym. Paul Stevenson, of course, leading him. This is fight number 4 in his career so far, and the first fight of 2024 as he steps over the top rope. I'll tell you, Raven, you know you got a unit when he steps over the top rope.
I love to see it with the heavyweight.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Box Nation, Warden Boxing Management, in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing, and sponsored by Gold Star and the Trade Centre UK, proudly presents 4 rounds of boxing in the heavyweight division. Our timekeeper at the bell for this contest is Chris O'Connor. Our referee in the ring, Dave Mulholland, and scoring the action from ringside, Jamie Kirkpatrick. Introducing our first boxer, boxing out of the red corner, wearing the white shorts trimmed with orange and purple. On the scales, he weighed in at 16 stone, 12 pounds and 2 ounces. This evening taking part in his 3rd contest as a professional, originally from Landry Dodwells, now boxing out of Hertfordshire, Toby Vermeer. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent facing him across the ring and boxing out of the blue corner. Wearing the black shorts. On the scales, he weighed in 17 stone, 3 pounds and 2 ounces. He comes to the ring with a perfect professional record. 3 wins from 3 contests, one big win by way of knockout, originally from London. Now boxing out of Birmingham, Boma Brown.
Watch the heads in close, watch the low blows, protect yourselves at all times, most of all, obey my commands at all times, touch gloves, let's have a good fight.
You can see the sizable difference in stature between Boma Brown and Toby Vermeer. Maybe there's a chance that Toby was delaying the inevitable backstage with the delays before this fight, as Boma Brown starts with a big jab and a huge overhand right, and Toby Vermeer is in trouble already.
Yeah, I don't see this going too far if it stays like this. Toby needs to get off those ropes, that's it, and move around, try and keep him off him, but Boma's obviously going to stick it on him and keep that pressure by the looks of things.
Well, it looks like he wants to make a statement, but the last time somebody wanted to make a statement here tonight was Paul Ryan in the last fight, and we saw what happened. Got to be careful.
Exactly, you can never be too over the top with it. You know, you've got to always think about that defense on the end of something. Never stay in range. Don't be careless at the same time. But obviously, Brown here, sticking on his jab, looking, trying to find those shots. He isn't being careless. He's really settling in, seeing what Vermeer is doing, and you know, I don't see it going any other way at the moment.
Yeah, I like the fact he's getting behind a jab. He's really trying to set that shot up. So yeah, he's doing well so far, just feeling his way through the fight.
Nice body shot there.
And you can imagine that Boma Brown is probably going to make, or want to make, Toby Vermeer pay for making him wait those delays before the fight began. And he's sending him around the ring with this ramrod jab. Everything off that jab from Boma Brown. And every now and again just digs in a little something to the body. He is trying to break him down here.
Yeah, I can really see those body shots. You can kind of see what he's doing, working downstairs as well as up to the head, but really trying to open up that body by the looks of things.
Well, not an awful lot coming back at the moment from Toby Vermeer. As Boma Brown just... There is a patience, there is a method about his work tonight.
I was just about to say the same thing, Dave. You can see that patience. He's looking. He's not throwing unless there's something there. You know, he's not just going willy-nilly with it. He's not throwing for the sake of throwing shots. He's finding the opening and trying to make it.
There's a nice variety from him as well. Head to the body as well. Really just opening up, make the shot and trying to make him pay. Really. I think he's just feeling him out, looking to land a big shot when it opens up for him, really.
We came to boxing quite late. Both came to boxing very late, of course. Toby Vermeer, the story of how he just watched. So he was hugely overweight and decided to change his life by taking up boxing. Boma Brown came into boxing late in his 20s. So you've got to give him some leeway. He's still learning very much on the job. But he's doing well so far tonight, Raven.
You can see those jabs, though, starting to take their toll on Toby Vermeer here now. A little bit of swelling under that left eye. He's blinking quite rapidly. He's just trying to survive at this moment.
He's indeed. Not long to go in the first round. And, huge left hook there as well. And that was a bit of an onslaught, actually, towards the end of the round there. He did well to see it out. Just having a look at Toby Vermeer, he is... He's not liking what he's got so far tonight. Face is reddening. Naturally a much smaller... Well, I say naturally a much smaller man. Once upon a time, he would have been the bigger man against Boma Brown.
You just see that difference in stature there, though, with Boma Brown and Toby Vermeer. You know, Boma looks like the athlete. You can see there's power behind those shots. I do think Toby's done okay with his jab every now and then getting through, but... Other than the odd bit here and there, he's just kind of surviving, moving around the ring. But as soon as he gets caught with a few of those onslaughts, doesn't he?
Yeah, Will Burton was able to stop him in 2 rounds. So Boma Brown will be probably have an eye on what Will Burton was able to do to him. We'll be looking to probably get the job done. That was a good first round from Boma Brown. And he starts the second as he means to go on. Big jab to start the round.
Yeah, see that left hook, that's what caught Vermeer right at the end of that last round. So I think he's going to be looking for that shot again, sticking with that jab, he knows it's giving him troubles. And every time to that left hook to the body, it's really nice work. It's always sort of touching up and then bringing it down.
Yeah, I think you can tell that he trains with much smaller fighters and he's doing the same sort of stuff. You don't get too many heavyweights who throw good body shots like that. He's clearly working with the likes of Nick Baller and those guys. Vermeer just sends out a jab there, but he's found himself in the corner again. Just manages to navigate his way out of it.
Yeah. Like I say, just controlling the centre of that ring. Nice right hand there. Right hand. Yeah. I give credit to Toby. He's taken them really well. Obviously, you can see the markings around the face. You know there's a lot of power in those shots from Boma Brown.
It's not particularly comfortable for him. But, yeah, the markings around the face, exactly that, Raven. And these body shots are starting to add up as well. And he's not been able to really get the respect and the attention of Boma Brown to deter him.
Yeah, it's a bit just one-way traffic at the moment. I'll probably like to see a bit more from Toby, but I don't think Boma Brown's giving him any chance to even get into this fight at all.
No, exactly. He's not let him into the fight yet. You can see it breathing out of the mouth a little bit as well, Toby Vermeer. I'm not sure. Oh, huge right hand there. He's done well to take that and stand up to that right hand from Boma Brown.
I feel like he's sort of neglecting throwing too many shots because he doesn't want to get caught. You know, if he doesn't throw the shots, his hands have been taking a lot of the impact because his guard has been there. But you know that power that you can see, it's still getting through and shocking him.
Jab to the body there as well from Boma Brown. Great variety from him tonight. Picking his spots, picking his openings.
I like to see the patience. I think you can clearly see that he's trying stuff that they've been working on in the gym. And this is a
huge right hand there.
Huge right.
And the referee has seen enough, and that will be that. Boma Brown gets the second stoppage win of his career and moves to 4-0. Big right hand, and really there was a feeling of the inevitable from really quite early in the first round.
Yeah, I think that was a good call from the ref there. You know, like you say, it was only one-way traffic, and it was only going to go one way.
Well, let's have a look at this on the replay here. Great variety, body shots. I think we'll see the big right hand that inevitably ended the fight very shortly. Didn't touch down, but the referee, I think he knew what he was looking at there, and didn't really need to see an awful lot more. There it is. I think that's the big right. No, that was the one just beforehand that set it up. Working the body.
A little bit of to and fro there from the corners. I'm not sure what that was about.
Was there something going on in the corner? So Toby Vermeer isn't happy with the fight. Came in at very late notice for this fight. Perhaps a little aggrieved. But Boma Brown and Toby Vermeer are together
Ladies
now.
and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for both of our boxers? Our referee, David Mulholland, has stopped this contest after 2 minutes and 14 seconds of round number 2, declaring your winner by TKO, still undefeated, Boma Brown. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause.
Boma Brown. That was the second stoppage win of his career. You could see him trying things in there. You could see the variety in the work, the body shots, and ultimately it was a big right hand that ended it.
Yeah, like I say, correct call from the ref there. It was one-way traffic.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Look, Toby Vermeer is he's a guy who's come in at very late notice for that fight, and you know he's taken a big one in there. He's taken a big right hand. He's taken a few too many shots really in the end, Jermaine.
Yeah, we don't want to see a fighter be stretched out or be badly hurt, and that's the main thing. And I think the referee does a good call because it was only a matter of time before the knockout was going to come. So I think it was a great call from the referee. I really do.
Well, let's hear and let's head over to former world champion Shannon Courtney.
So, second round stoppage. He was a late comer, coming not short notice, but how did you feel in there?
All right, you know what I mean? Obviously they're saying that I shouldn't have stopped him and stuff like that, but what the fuck am I supposed to do? Do you know what I mean? It's boxing at the end of the day. We're in the hurt business. Somebody had me hurt in there, they take me out same way, so fuck them.
And he kept you waiting backstage, so obviously you wanted to punish him for that as well, didn't you?
Yeah, of course, man. It's just part and parcel. I know he's not a world beater. Fair play to him for getting in there, but at the end of the day, it's boxing.
Even though you was told to give him a walk around, you was picking your shots nicely, going into the body. You could see you was working on things that you've been trying in the gym.
Yeah.
So how did you feel in there? Was you getting off the new things you've been learning?
Yeah, definitely. Obviously, credit to Paul and Ant. You know what I mean? They've been working hard with me in the corner and in the gym and stuff like that. So yeah, I'm just happy to get a run. I just want to stay busy now.
Okay, and what have you got in the pipeline? What would you like to do next? Is there any names you want to call out?
Nah, nothing like that. I'm not into that type of business. Just get me out there whenever.
So what's like in the gym? It's a busy gym, some big names in there, big fights coming up. You know, we've got Nick Ball fighting in Riyadh again. So what would you like to get into that position as well?
Yeah, of course. Obviously, everybody wants to get out to Riyadh, do you know what I mean? But it takes time, do you know what I mean? I'm just still learning, still working hard in the gym. I'm surrounded by obviously a great coach, great stable mates as well. So it's just about fighting, do you know what I mean? The more the better.
Well, good performance tonight. Well done.
Thank you. Sure.
2 fights in, fight number 4 for Boma Brown. What did you make of that?
Devastating right hand from him. It was dominating the whole fight, but I'm very impressed by him. You could tell he's from the Everton Triangle gym. You could tell his style. You could tell he's not that typical heavyweight, big, going in there, throwing bombs, uses the jab well, and he controlled the center of the ring very well. Very impressed.
Yeah, and we're just going to show the audience at home some of the best action from that fight. So the heavyweight division right now is so exciting. Who do you want to see Boma in with next?
I don't know if Dev in commentary is going to agree with me, but I will love a 50-50 fight with Moses Atoma. Him and Moses Atoma, because I know Frank Warren loves a 50-50 fight. Let's get it on. I think he can beat every one of Moses' opponents. It'll be a great fight, especially if you put a Southern area title in. If Johnny Fisher vacates, let's do it.
Do you think Boma... We're just going to get Dev's reaction to that, actually.
Yeah, look, I think it's very interesting. I think Queensbury, in particular, have so many brilliant heavyweights now that we're even talking about those fights. Moses Itama, Boma Brown, both very early in their careers. Moses, I'd imagine, is going to be fast-tracked very, very quickly. Experience-wise, really, Boma Brown's quite far behind, came into the sport quite late as well. But I think it's great that Boma Brown's name, especially with another knockout win like that, unbeaten, is in the mix with guys like Moses Itama. That's good.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, we've got some great fighters for Queensbury, and he's done himself real good justice tonight, putting a good show. Like I said, his variety of punches were very good tonight as well, so I'm very impressed with his performance.
Well, let's head back to Georgia.
Thanks, Dev. Now, what in particular did you like from Boma tonight?
I love the way he controlled the center of the ring. He used his jab. You know, he didn't go in there heavy-handed in a rush to take him out. He took his time, and I like that. It's important.
He took his time? Oh, I thought that was quite quick.
But he took his time because I think he could have got him out there in the first round, if I'm particularly honest. But at this stage of his career, it's good to get the rounds in, so good on him.
Definitely, and there was a bit of a grievance at the end from Toby's team. Do we know anything about that at all?
I have no idea. Something about they agreed on a walkabout, but no idea. It was a bit strange. I was looking at Dev to see if maybe he knew, but we were all confused.
Let's have a little chat about that Everton gym, because they've got such a brilliant stable.
Yeah, well, Nick Ball, let's just say in Saudi, a lot would agree he got robbed. He should be world champion, but now he gets another opportunity. Raymond Ford's unbelievable fighter and great 50-50 fight. Then you got Andrew Kane coming back from a loss, dominating win last weekend in York Hall, and he's going to be dominating that division as well, bantamweight.
Perfect. Now let's get crack on with the rest of the fight night. We have Tursun Bey Kulamet versus Robert Talamek next. Taking over to you, Bobby Blundell. So enough. We're not quite ready to move on yet. I'm not sure what the delay is this time, but looking forward to the rest of the fights tonight. Who else are you looking forward to?
Well, like Ollie said earlier, James Heneghan, very, very talented fighter. Unfortunately, suffering from a hand injury, out for 10 months. He was meant to fight Dan Catlin for the Central Area title. This week, he went on I think it was a radio show here in Liverpool, said he wants the British title. I spoke to him off camera today. He said, super middleweight, and I can even go to super welterweight. Maybe the winner of Sam Gilly, Louis Green. be Nathan Heaney.
I mean, 10 months seems like quite a long time to be out of the ring. What are you expecting to see from him tonight?
I expect him to take his time. I wouldn't say a lot of ring rust, but take his time. He's a very technical fighter. If he has the opportunity to stop a fight, he'll get it. But you'll see a lot of technicality tonight. You'll see him using the jab well, controlling the center, and moving about. I think dominating performance, points win.
We've also got Olivia Hussey's local girl as well tonight. What are you expecting to see from her tonight?
You're going to see a great atmosphere when she comes up, because when she just came in the crowd now, you heard it. She's got a lot of fans here, and I'm excited to see her because she's coming into a division welterweight. Terry Harper, Sandy Ryan, McCaskill.
We might see her against Hannah at some point in the future if she decides.
Yeah, well, the thing about women's boxing right now is growing, and you know, I'm excited to see her. Another great talent into this division.
Definitely. And amazing, we've got Hannah Rankin on as the main event also, yes. Naomi Mannes.
That's massive for women's boxing as well. Like I said earlier, the first British female fighter to headline Box Nation here in Liverpool, and again, make or break for Hannah Rankin. Coming off from a loss, world title fight, she went to aiming to become 3-time world champion. She needs to win tonight to get that rematch. Hopefully she does.
Perfect. Now our fighters are ready to entertain you for the next fight. Throwing it over to you, MC Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to get going with our next contest of the evening, where we have 8 rounds of action in the middleweight division. Please welcome our first boxer making their way to the red corner, from Rudaslaska, Poland, Robert Talarek.
Well, it's fight number 56 for the veteran Pole, Robert Talarek. He's been a pro since 2013, and Liverpool fight fans may actually remember this man. He took on Liam Smith at the Echo Arena back in 2015. He was stopped that night by Liam Smith. It was a good win. He's boxed largely as a middleweight, super welterweight in his career, but just started to climb the weights as he's got a little older, as I'm sure we all do in life. 40 years old now, and he will be the foil. He'll be providing the foil tonight to the talented, decorated Kazakh amateur Tursunbay Kalakmet. Interested to see how he gets on against this tough man from Poland.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent, making his way to the blue corner from Kizloder, Kazakhstan, Tursunbay Kalakmet.
Well, the anticipation builds here as Tursunbay Kalakmet hasn't quite hit his cue, but he'll be looking to hit his cue when that first bell rings. Very, very talented, decorated amateur. Normally when you hear the words Kazakh southpaw, decorated amateur star, it normally spells trouble for any weight division. Coming out to a bit of Eminem, so he's got good taste as well. But just keeping Robert Talarek waiting here. I can't imagine it's mind games at this stage in his career, but here he comes, Tursunbay Kalakmet. Gold medal at the Asian Games in 2019, bronze medal at the World Championships in 2019. He actually holds amateur wins over 2 current world champions in Janibek Alimkhanuly and Israel Madrimov. Madrimov, of course, a man very much in the news right now, taking on Terence Crawford on that stellar card in the States, the first Riyadh season event in the States, but Kalakmet is here.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Box Nation, Warden Boxing Management, in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing, and sponsored by Gold Star and the Trade Centre UK, proudly presents 8 rounds of boxing in the middleweight division. Our timekeeper at the bell for this contest is Phil Morris, MBE. Our referee in charge, scoring the action, star referee Mark Lyson. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our officials. It is now time to introduce our boxers. Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner, wearing the black shorts with gold. On the scales, he weighed in at 12 stone and 6 ounces. Taking part in his 56th contest as a professional, from Rudeslager, Poland, Robert Taralek. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent facing him across the ring and boxing out of the blue corner. Wearing the green shorts trimmed with gold and black. On the scales, he weighed in 12 stone, 1 pound and 8 ounces. He comes to the ring with a record of 6 wins, only 1 defeat. He has 4 big wins by way of knockout. The former WBC International Super Welterweight Champion from Kizloda, Kazakhstan, Tasumbe Kalukman.
Okay, boys, both know the rules. If you obey my commands, tell you to break clean, defend yourself outside. Good luck to you both.
Well, fight number 3 of the evening so far. Decorated, talented amateur star from Kazakhstan, Tursunbay Kalakmet, against veteran Pole Robert Taralek. 8 rounds at middleweight.
Can see that typical Kazakh amateur style coming through straight away.
He won pretty much everything you could win as an amateur. He's found his way to Jamie Moore and Nigel Travis.
Yeah, found his way to a very good gym there, and I'm intrigued by this fight. I'm really looking forward to seeing how it progresses. Actually,
It's looking the part so far, Jermaine.
Yeah, he is. I mean, very calm, relaxed in there, just feeling his way through this fight, getting behind a jab. Really good start.
Well, Taralek, at the very least, will give him rounds. He knows his way around the ring. Been around a long, long time, Robert Taralek.
you see Kalakmat there's just waiting. You know, he's not rushing anything, just having a look.
Well, the plan was for him to challenge for a world title within 7 fights. That was very much the plan. They were fast-tracking him, and he ran into the heavy hands of one Carlos Abreu. Took that fight in just his 5th fight, and that's a tall task for anyone to take. And you know, he was winning that fight. He had Abreu down in that fight, but ended up getting clipped and getting stopped late on. This is his 3rd fight, kind of bouncing back from that.
Yeah, like you say, it's boxing. Things happen. You get caught with those shots, and it's always ones you don't see that do the most damage. But you know, that experience as well would have sort of played against him in that fight. Just because you have that experience in the amateurs, it's very different as the pros, as we all know. But yeah, like I say, I'm interested to see how it heats up as the rounds go on. Obviously, he's been very patient, not really putting much together at the moment. Tararek's very leaning far back over his back foot, his knees, trying to take that sting off much. I think it's the first time I've seen him go forward, just then with that right hand sort of leaping through.
I think it's a round where they both just fin each other out and just waiting for someone to come forward a bit more.
Nice little combo there to with 30 seconds to go in the first round from Kalakmet. He's just having a look.
See, I like those little feints that Kalakmat there's, you know, doing it. I can see Taralek kind of going for it each time, and I think the more the fight goes on, the more he'll really start selling those.
Yeah, first round pretty much done here. I mean, it feels like a Kalakmet round. He was the only fighter that landed anything of note.
Pushing the pace of the fight then, you know. Not a huge amount going on. As Jermaine said, you could really see they were feeling each other out through those rounds.
Yeah, very relaxed. Both feel each other out. Just need to get behind the jab, working the body a bit, and I'm sure as the fight goes on, it will heat up more.
You can see Talukmet in these replays there, just really working his lead hand, you know, using that southpaw hook, going to the head and the body. Looking kind of awkward, actually.
Yeah. Well, I'm looking at the corner as well in terms of Jamie Moore and Nigel Travis talking to him. I tried to speak to Kalakmet yesterday at the weigh-in. I didn't really have much luck at all. He doesn't speak much English. And I said to Jamie Moore, how on earth do you speak to this man? And he says, he doesn't speak much English, but we both speak boxing. So
that's it. That's all you need.
Round number 2 here. That's
straight
Tursunbay
away.
Kalakmet. That was a good left hand in there.
Straight away picking that pace up there.
After the loss to Abreu, I was speaking to Jamie Moore yesterday, and he said he wasn't sure how Kalakmet was going to react, how he was going to be in his following fights from that. You know, you never know what happens to a fighter after they get, you know, stopped for the first time, but Kalakmet came back even hungrier, stronger, and you can tell tonight he is quite happy to keep pulling the trigger.
Yeah, a couple good left hands just let go there from Kalakmet.
Yeah, I think he started this round very, very fast compared to the first round, and he's getting behind the jab a bit more, coming forward as well, which has been a good start to this round.
Putting those punches together a lot better this time, you know, a bit snappier as well.
See Robert Talarek just reddening up a little bit as well. Some of these are just starting to do a bit of damage from Kalakmet.
I like how patient he is. He's just waiting for that shot. He doesn't rush things. Very comfortable in there.
Very, very comfortable, very cool. You
almost running Talarek back to the ropes there. You just see Talarek put that little bit of pressure on him, and straight away he fires back.
Yeah. Yeah, he's been cool, and he's been very calm tonight as well, and perfectly happy on the trigger. What's been interesting is he's actually also been competing in the amateurs as well. His dream was to become an amateur champion and a world champion and hold both accolades at the same time. So whilst he's been inactive inside the ring for this year so far, he's been very busy in the amateurs with the Kazakh national team.
Yeah, you see that a lot since they changed the rules now, don't you? A lot of these pros still trying to go for that Olympic dream. But how does that fare when you start switching between the two? Because they are very different. You know, the amateurs is a sprint. In the pro rounds, you've got a lot of a longer fight to contest with.
Well, he's boxing at light heavyweight in the amateurs, and really his weight as a professional is super welterweight, as he lands a good left hand there. Robert Talarek showing some ambition. He is coming back with a few. Nice right hand over the top, just gets the attention of Robert Talarek. Just under 10 seconds to go in the second. Little something after the bell from Robert Talarek, one of the cleaner shots he's landed tonight.
Little cheeky jab on the bell there, but much more of an aggressive round, I'd say, from Kalakmet, not as sort of watching and seeing. And Talarek trying to come back with some bits too, which was good to see. And it was interesting to see it when he did do that, how Kalakmet reacted to it. He fired straight back, never, you know, it's that same thing. Punch first and third, you know. Don't ever let your opponent finish the exchange. You always want to try and finish that exchange, be the last eye-catching shot.
Well, he is finishing every exchange right now, apart from the one at the very end of the round, which we just saw there, which Talarek landed just after the bell.
Corner, 10 seconds. Seconds out. Round 3.
Third round here from Liverpool. Live boxing back on Box Nation, the channel of champions. Perhaps watching a future world champion here in Tursunbay Kalakmet. Certainly won everything you could win as an amateur. Very, very talented man. Holds amateur wins over Janibek, Alim Kanuli, Israel Madrimov, and is having his way here tonight with Robert Talarak in the third round.
Tripling up that left hand there, you know, straight down the pipe, up through the middle as well. And it's interesting to see that bit of aggression and then step off, have a look again before just being reckless with it. But he's starting to find a home for that left hand now.
Yeah, we saw in the first round he was looking for his range. We can now see in the third round his range is there.
Yeah, he's landing some good shots there to the body. Like I said, he's just making the fights at his pace. He's not really rushing it. It's all at his pace, and he's just comfortable at the moment.
Yeah, reiterating what you said there, looks very comfortable in there at the moment. Everything's his way, everything's his pace. As soon as he gets pressure, just takes that little step back and then straight back onto it.
Just falls back there, but
switch of stance there from Talarak, meeting southpaw with southpaw.
Is that desperation, Raven?
Could just mean he's not getting any success being orthodox. But the trouble with then switching to southpaw is you can get mixed up with your feet, or you might be able to attack, but can you defend in that?
Well, Lee Eaton, his manager, Kalakmet's manager, referred to him as an absolute machine. I mean, he used a few more expletives than just absolute, but I'm not sure we're past 9 o'clock yet, or even whenever we can say words like that. But he's a real machine, is Kalakmet, and managed by Lee Eaton, trained by Jamie Moore and Nigel Travis. Found himself a bit of a home in the UK, and finding a home for that left hand.
Yeah, just like just landing flush at the moment, just landing every time to the body. It's just real key punch there.
Nice left, found its way through Talarak's guard there. You can just see that reddening of Talarak's nose now. It's starting to really...
Snuck one round the guard there as well, and a nice right hand too. And Talarak perhaps just beginning to feel some of these shots.
See now how lively Kalakmet's getting on his feet. Everything's a lot more intentional, whereas from the first 2 rounds it was still quite steady and slow, not super committed to everything, whereas now he's committing to his feet a bit more, committing to those feints that a little bit more, really changing his timing of everything.
Well, he's got 4 knockouts from his 6 wins so far. Around 30 seconds ago he just gave him a real sinister smile. There's something about these Kazakhs when they can't really speak much English, but they just smile and snarl at their opponents. I love it.
You know they mean business, right? But I really like that there at the end, those last 10 seconds. Opened up with a few more combinations, up the head, nice little shovel uppercut into the body of Talarak from Kalakmet, which I really liked. And you can see how every round he's turning it up a gear. No, he's not starting at 100% as we've seen in the first fight and a little bit in that second fight to start with. He's starting at 70%, he's turning it up 75%, turning it up a little bit now, 80%. So every round is just going up and up in the gear.
He's fighting at his pace. I mean, he's controlling the fight. He really is. And, if he wants to go faster pace, he can do it. If he wants to slow the pace of the fight down, he's doing that as well. So he's really enjoying himself in it tonight.
You know, that's quite interesting. We talk about his pacing, and then we bear in mind what he's doing in the amateurs. He's sort of simultaneously having an amateur career as well, and the pacing in fights like that, very, very different.
Very different. Like we're saying, in the amateurs, it's a sprint. It'd have to be much higher pace. So he's definitely been changing, adapting to the two very well. Like he looks like a proper pro in the ring now. It doesn't look like an amateur in the ring, you know.
It doesn't at all. And the way he just threw that right hand to the body there got the attention of Robert Talarak. Just pouring with the jab, Kalakmet. Ooh, lovely left hand. He's very economical with his work as well, isn't he?
Yeah, it doesn't waste anything, you know. Looks for the shot and sees it, and then, you know, tries to open it up, like I say, with that little feint there, draw them in, see how they react.
He's landing every time with that left as well now, and to the body and to the head. He's really just, every time it's just landing him at will, really.
It's getting closer and closer. Robert Talarak, just for a moment, found himself with his back against the ropes, finds himself there again. Won't want to be there for long, takes a right hand on his way out. Just warned there for a little shot on the back of the head. Don't think Talarak like that. I mean, you wouldn't like that.
You see where he's really coming across his opponent's front foot and kind of looping that southpaw right hook through. It's kind of just skimming his head and coming around the back.
One-way traffic in round 4. Talarak again forced back to the ropes.
Yeah, nice 1-2 there. And again, finding that body shot with the right, but
and he's got taken one there.
Liver shot.
Huge liver shot. He's not going to be getting up from that, and the referee waves it off, and that is a very, very impressive stoppage for this Kazakh genius here, who now has the 7th win of his career. The aim is to become a world champion, and tonight is another step towards that impressive stoppage win over Robert Talarak.
That was very impressive. I'm very, very impressed with that. Like I said, he controlled the pace of that fight. If he wanted to go faster, he could do that. If he wanted to slow it down again, he was just doing just that, and that was a really good performance. And Ravens mentioned earlier that he was standing at will with the body, and it's only a matter of time that he landed to the body and got him out of there.
Really setting that shot up.
Yeah. I'll tell you what, I can't wait to see the replay, because I'll admit it, I just missed it. I was looking at the head, so I need to see it. Let's have a look at this replay. Goodness, it's a sneaky one. That, I'm not even sure that angle necessarily gave it to us.
The thing with the liver as well is you really don't need to hit it very hard for a reaction like that. And, you know, I think even in the shot it doesn't look like a huge shot, but I think it was just right on the button.
Yeah, you can still see on Talarak's face he's not happy. I mean, that was a painful shot. He gets a pat on the head there from the referee, Mark Lyson.
I think that's the thing with the body, you know. A lot of people can take shots to the head, but a well-timed, well-placed shot to the body right on the liver, no one's going to be able to withstand that. And it's a funny shot because it puts you numb, you know. You can't do anything for 30 seconds and then you're fine.
Normally you're dishing them out, Raven.
I'm dishing them out, yeah. This is what I've heard anyway. I've never experienced it.
Well, it's win number 7 for Tursunbay Kalakmet, and he continues his quest now to world titles. The plan initially was to get him fighting for world titles within 7 fights. Had a bit of a bump in the road, but they will be looking to get him right there again. 7 fights, 1 loss, 5 knockouts now for Tursunbay Kalakmet. There's a very, very happy camp. Jamie Moore, Nigel Travis and Lee Eaton. And now let's head over for the officials from our MC, Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for both of our boxers. Our referee, Mark Lyson, has stopped this contest after 2 minutes and 12 seconds of round number 4, declaring your winner by TKO, Tursunbay Kalakmet.
Well, back
ladies and gentlemen, please, a big
in the winning
round
column,
of applause
Tursunbay
for
Kalakmet. That's 3 wins on the bounce now for the Kazakh amateur star. As he works his way towards world titles, he will be looking at guys like Yanibek, guys like Israel Madrimov that he's beaten in the amateurs, and he'll be thinking, hey, I'm still here, I'll be coming for world titles myself very, very soon.
Yeah, that's it. Obviously, Israel's one of my favourite fighters, so be very interesting to see what happens there.
Photos there with Nigel Travis, Jamie Moore. A happy gym at the moment. Of course, they've got Mark Leach, in fact, fighting tomorrow in Liverpool. Jack Cattrall's got a big fight coming up too. A very happy gym. And we can join the team ringside now with Shannon Courtney.
So Jamie, that was a fantastic stoppage, beautiful shot. Is that what we've been working on in the gym? Are you happy with his performance?
Do you know what? To be fair, yeah, more than happy with his performance. Obviously, it was quite a short notice fight for him. Way out of his natural weight category. As an amateur, he's boxed at light heavyweight, and this was a short notice fight, so we had to take it at a higher weight. But as a professional, he'll be a super welterweight. So he's a real handful for anyone at that weight, and we've literally not trained at all for this fight in this camp because it was a short notice fight and he just flew straight over from Kazakhstan. But we have emphasised and worked a lot over the years he's been with us on body shots and working the body. So which is something obviously he doesn't really focus on as an amateur. So I'm over the moon with that, and it was a great shot, and I'm just hoping that some big fights can happen for him now.
Obviously, as an amateur, he won pretty much everything you could win. He was a massive name in the amateurs. He's bounced back from that loss now. It's a fantastic win today. What have you got in the pipeline for him next? Is there big ambitions? What have you got planned?
Yeah, exactly that. We've got big ambitions. I mean, the plan originally before he got beat was that we wanted to try and get him as a world champion within 7 fights. That was the plan. Because he's not a spring chicken. He's 30 years old, so we need to get a move on. And like I say, if he's not ready now to win a world title, he never will be. At 30 years old. So we're just hoping that somebody, a big promoter, can sign him on and get him that opportunity to fight for a world title. Because I'm 100% certain, given the chance, he'll win one.
Well, after delivering that body shot tonight, I think people are definitely going to start taking notice of him. He's in the right gym. You guys are flying. You've got a busy, very successful gym at the moment. So well done tonight, guys.
Thank you very much. Cheers, son.
Well done.
Thank you.
Great to hear from Jamie Moore there. And really, what a knockout win it was. It was a fantastic liver shot there. And Kalakmir made a bit of a statement tonight with he was just so cool, so calm, so cold, Jermaine.
Very relaxed in there. He looked like he could do anything he wanted in that ring tonight, and very good performance and a great body shot to get him out of there. And he was landing that wheel. That left hand was landing that wheel to the body, and it was only a matter of time before he got the win there.
Well, I'm hoping that this time we'll be able to maybe get an angle where we can see that liver shot, the liver shot that did all the damage tonight. I've got the producer saying we've only got 4 cameras, but let's see what we can see. Hey, maybe I'll slow it down. You can see him working the body, really piecing him up tonight. And that amateur skill, I mean, that pedigree, I mean, he just screams it, doesn't he, Raven?
Yeah, like I say,
there it was.
There we go. That little step back, it's all in that little adjustments in the feet, like you say in that amateur pedigree. Having that little bit of bounce on your toe has really helped with him. In the pros, we normally say you don't want to be too bouncy, but he's managed to find that nice little sweet spot between the two. And yeah, that little step back, cheeky little shovel hook into the liver. And yeah, like I say, it's not always the huge shots that make the biggest impact.
It was so accurate, Jermaine.
Yeah, I mean, every punch was he didn't really waste his punches tonight. Every punch he threw, it landed pretty much, and it was a great performance, it really was.
Well, look, as I talked about, there are world champions currently in the midst that he has amateur wins over. Israel Madrimov, Yanibek Alimkhanuly, guys at the very top of their game, unbeaten guys. And he's looking on with those wins thinking, hey, I'm coming, right?
Yeah, 100%. I think they're going to have that in mind. They need to, you can't rush it. As we've seen with his one loss previously, when you try and rush it, it doesn't always go to plan. You still need to get that experience under your belt and then push for those fights. And with performances like that, it will come. Obviously, that opposition needs to increase before he fights the likes of Yanibek or Madrimov, because they have been doing it for far longer and have that little advantage now over that experience. So I'd love to see it.
I would love to see it as well. I think he showed patience as well. I think that's going to be key. I spoke briefly to Jamie Moore about what happened in that Abreu fight, and he said ego happened. He got clipped, and instead of holding and trying to see it out, he had a fight with him, and that sometimes spells trouble.
100%, and like we say, it's those shots that you don't see. When you let that side of it, you take away that composure of yourself. That's when the unexpected can happen, and things that You know, you're not set up properly, you're not guarding, you've opened yourself up, and you don't want to do that. You need to always try and stay calm and composed in the ring, because there's going to be someone there throwing bombs at you. Stay calm, stay composed, always be aware that something is going to come back if you're throwing shots, you know.
Well, very shortly there will be another man who's going to be throwing bombs, and he'll be throwing bombs at this man. Naeem Ali has taken this fight at very, very short notice against sensational amateur from Morecambe, Nelson Birchall. Now, sometimes an amateur comes along where you can just hear a bit of a buzz. You start hearing the name. We heard the name Italma. We started hearing about that. We heard the name McCann. We started hearing about that. Birchall is the next one, and we're looking at the man Naeem Ali. He's all smiles. He's taken the fight very, very late on, but he's got a hell of a test in front of him in Nelson Birchall.
Yeah, obviously experience is there, amateur pedigree is there. He's going to have to do what he can. Late notice is very hard, you know. Everyone's just expecting you to come in and fill the card, and I like to see it when they actually do come and give it a go, try and seize that opportunity. So hopefully we see that tonight and we end up with a really good fight on our hands.
Well, Naeem Ali is one of the kind of most reliable veteran circuit fighters. Went a very, very long time without being stopped. Loads and loads of fights without being stopped until he ran into Sam Noakes, who stops everyone.
Yeah, we just mentioned Sam Noakes, so he does stop with pretty much everybody. Yeah, it's a great opportunity for both fighters tonight. Fighting Box Nation, massive platform, so it's an opportunity for both fighters to make a name for themselves tonight, really.
And Birchall, I'm telling you, this is a name that we're going to be hearing an awful lot more about in the coming years. But let's actually hear more from our MC, Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to get going with our next contest of the evening, where we have 4 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division. Please welcome our first boxer making their way to the red corner from Blackburn, Naeem the Show Saver Ali.
Well, here comes one of the toughest, most durable and reliable circuit fighters on the British scene, Naeem Ali. Fight number 127 for the Blackburn man. Turned pro in 2018, 28 years old. And really, he's been in with some of Britain's best prospects. He's taken this fight very, very late notice. A bit of a show saver, really. I had a brief joke with him earlier. He said, give me the nickname Show Saver, because I've done it again, Dev. And I'm looking forward to this ring walk of Nelson Birchall.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent, making his way to the blue corner from Morecambe, the sexy one, Nelson Birchall.
Well, here comes Nelson Birchall, enjoying himself. He is dazzled. He is entertained in his 2 fights so far in his career. The 19-year-old was a world bronze medalist, 7-time national champion. And I'll tell you, the roof has just come off this place because he's got plenty of fans with him. He's really enjoying himself. Let's see if he enjoys himself in the ring.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Box Nation, Warden Boxing Management, in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing, and proudly sponsored by Gold Star and the Trade Centre UK, proudly presents 4 rounds of boxing in the welterweight division. Our timekeeper at the bell for this contest is Chris O'Connor. Our referee in the ring, Dave Mulholland, and scoring the contest from ringside is Mark Lyson. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our officials. It is now time to introduce our boxers. Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner, wearing the red shorts. On the scales, he weighed in 10 stone, 8 pounds and 4 ounces. This evening, taking part in his 127th contest as a professional from Blackburn, the show saver, Naheem Ali. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent facing him across the ring and boxing out of the blue corner. Wearing the purple shorts trimmed with orange and black. On the scales, he weighed 10 stone and 3 pounds. He comes to the ring with a perfect record, consisting of 2 wins from 2 contests, with 1 big win by way of knockout from Morecambe, that sexy one, Nelson Birchall!
Well, tremendous ovation here for Nelson Birchall. A few boos for Naeem Ali. I don't think he deserved those. If he wasn't here, we probably wouldn't have Nelson Birchall fighting.
No, that's it. I don't think the fans realise that sometimes, do they?
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, let's see what the hype is all about. Plenty of hype around Nelson Birchall. Feels like the next amateur star to be coming through in this country. In the mould of a Dennis McCann. He's got that southpaw stance. He's going to fight at featherweight.
We've had a bit of night of southpaws today, haven't we?
We certainly have, Shannon.
Nice little movement there from Birchall, you know, moving his head around, not being too, what's the word? Hungry.
Reckless?
Reckless,
yeah. Listen, we've seen some of that tonight. Fighters looking to impress, looking to get in there very, very quickly and make an impression. Sometimes it can go against you. But a patient start from Nelson Birchall here.
So very tidy boxing, you know, coming in behind that jab, nice high guard, moving his head in and out. I like it.
Looks very good so far, very good start. It looks very comfortable in there. Moves around very well as well. And yeah, he landed a few good variety shots to the body as well, as I see it.
Good little overhand left there as well.
There's something about like when a dazzling southpaw shapes up. There's just something special about it. I love watching it. It's the same sort of hype and buzz that we got around Dennis McCann. The early years of his career when he first turned pro in particular. First seeing him shape up like that. I'm getting the same sort of feeling here with Nelson Birchall.
Yeah, I like that style as well. You know, that thinking aggression, not just coming forward recklessly, coming forward behind a bit of head movement. A little something shot, a set-up shot, something there before then letting your hands go. You know, I'm liking that. He's working the head, the body really nicely, and getting that foot position on the outside. You know, it's battle of the feet with the southpaw, isn't it? And he's getting his position in a really nice way. He's getting outside his opponent's foot, and then he knows he's in range. You know, he's letting his shots go.
Very slick, bouncing on his toes as well. I like it. He moves very well. Really does.
Well, Naeem Ali is a naturally heavier man, very durable, very tough. If Nelson Birchall is to get a stoppage or make a real dent in him tonight, it would be quite a statement.
Yeah, Ali obviously knows his way around the ring. He knows how to survive. He knows how to ride out those big attacks and come through.
Well, 10 seconds to go here in the first. Birchall's had a good look. He's danced around. He's smiled for the cameras. He's landed a few good shots.
Yeah, see, I like that towards the end. You see Birchall there just having fun with it. You know, he's found his range with it. He's got that movement going, and he's looking good. You know, that head movement, really nice. And that's slick. He feels comfortable to let his hands down. And you see that at the end of the round there. Starting to let his hands go and really flow with that movement.
is a flashy character. World bronze medalist, 7-time national amateur champion. Managed by Lee Eaton, who really thinks he's got something special in Nelson Birchall. He told me, Dev, this is the next one.
You see it in that movement, you know, he reads the shots well.
10 seconds,
he's
corners.
moving well. And I'm looking forward to this next round, so you see what
Seconds
else he
out.
can step up here.
It's very well supported.
Round 2.
As you heard from the outpouring of boos for his opponent Naeem Ali and the great cheers for Birchall. Second round here, live on Box Nation from Liverpool. Great to have live boxing back on Box Nation, and this is a really, really talented fighter. Wonderful lead uppercut there from the southpaw stance, Nelson Birchall.
It's nice, he's not rushing his work either, you know. He's got a kind of professional way about him, you know, that experienced way. He's not rushing, he's looking for them shots, but yeah, I'm liking what I'm seeing, and obviously Ali's moving well, and I'd like to see him sort of cut that ring off that a little bit more, stop Ali getting away.
Yeah, he's moving around very well. I like the fact he's got a high guard up as well. When he throws punch, he's not dropping his guard at all. So he's aware of in case defensively he walks onto something. So very good so far.
Very good so far from the Morecambe man. Hey, maybe if you're from Morecambe, you can just fight, huh? Tyson Fury. Good place to come from. Just piling on the pressure here on Naeem Ali. But always moving. The head's always moving, isn't it?
That's it. I think that's really important. You don't want to be a static target, do you? If your head's there, you know where you're hitting. But if it's left, right, left, you know, you just never know where to go.
It's making him miss as well now as well. Having fun in there, Nelson Birchall. He had that on the ring walk. You could tell he was coming here to have a bit of fun tonight, and he's doing so far, 2 rounds in.
They say a happy fighter is a dangerous fighter, and it looks like he's dangerous at the moment. He's where he's boxing very, very, very well.
You see, he's definitely got that support from the crowd, which is just going to go in his favour as well, you know, and making him feel relaxed and wanting to give them a show too.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm sure all of his family members are here. 3 boxing brothers. William, the older one, Nelson, the middle one, and young Leighton as well coming through. It was a moment in time where all 3 of them held national amateur titles. They are a real fighting family, and Nelson just showing us what he can do here tonight live on Box Nation.
So just working off that lead hand there, you know, not rushing in, not falling in, just finding that range. Showing his slickness.
Yeah,
now,
it's slick, isn't it? It's the little movements off the ropes where you can still see the punch that has been thrown by the opponent. It looks like they've done it in slow motion. That, I guess sometimes these talented fighters, they see things that others don't. It's like the Matrix in there.
Yeah, you kind of, it's like it's in slow motion, isn't it? The way they can react to it. But it just shows, you know, the conditioning, the work they've put in the gym, and having that natural reflex. That's obviously how he likes to box, and when you get in that flow, it becomes very easy to find your rhythm and read your opponent.
Yeah, I mean, he's boxing very well. Like I said, I like the way he's always constantly moving his head, bobbing and weaving, staying out of range. So it's really good start. Really good start.
Very good start from Nelson Birchall.
10 seconds, corners.
As we approach the 3rd round here in the 3rd fight.
Seconds out. Round 3.
Well, it's been all Birchall so far through 2 rounds.
Yeah, he's controlling all the work that's going on. Ali's, you know, he's moving him around well, he's giving him good opportunities to show his skill as well. But yeah, not a lot coming back from Ali, and that's why it's allowing Birchall to have fun in there and just get into that, groove.
You can see he's trying things out as well. You can see that this is a good opportunity to do so.
And with fighters like Ali, it can be hard. So obviously, what he'll really want is to try and get him out of there. But when they're not throwing much and they're shelling, that's a difficult task to do. You've got to really try and prise open that guard to allow that big shot to get through it.
Well, he's a naturally heavier man who will shell up, is durable, does know his way around the ring. I would be surprised if Birchall, the smaller man, is able to fully pick the lock. But he has landed a few good, clean shots, especially in that exchange there. Just started opening up to the body as well, Jermaine.
Yeah, so 2 shots downstairs, really catching him flush. He's just getting stronger as the fight goes on. He's really enjoying himself in there, really. He's fighting at his pace. He's dictating the pace of this fight.
I'd like to see him maybe sit down on his shots a bit more. A little bit like that, Just a lot of them are setting up shots at the moment.
Just forcing Ali back there. You see Birchall brothers on the back of Nelson's shorts. Of course, they are the boxing brothers. A lot of buzz around them in the amateurs at the moment. Leighton, the younger one, the latest coming through, also very decorated. A couple of years younger than Nelson. Fight number 3 for Nelson Birchall.
Constantly moving his head, bobbing and weaving, waiting for that opening, really boxing well.
There's a nice little flurry in the corner that has got his fans here very, very excited. That was a very nice, clean left hand from Nelson Birchall. I think Naeem Ali felt that.
That slickness really coming through. Nice flurries of shots. Again, I'd just like to see that little flurry followed by the real big one at the end,
There have
Lovely
been
head movement.
Yeah, the head movement has been constant. There have been flurries aplenty. Just there's a little complaint there, Naeem Ali, about a shot around the back of the head. But I feel like he turned the screw in that round there, Nelson Birchall.
Yeah, he's up in the levels now. He's, like I said, Raven said earlier, if he can sit down on his punches a bit more, he could potentially force a stoppage in this fight.
It's great variety as well, as you can see there. Sometimes he'll come around the side, sometimes he'll go through the front door. Naeem Ali will argue sometimes he's come through the back door a couple of times, a couple of shots around the back that he's complained about. The way he jumps in as well, he's very watchable is what I'd say, Ray.
Yeah, very nice to see. It's very skillful but slick skill, which is always nice to watch, It's really flattering boxing.
And
10
Naeem Ali
corners.
took this fight very, very short notice. I think it was 24 hours notice.
Seconds
He's
out.
holding up well for someone who just sort of got the call yesterday. You're having a fight against this talented prospect tomorrow.
Yeah, holding up very well. Like I say, he's got that experienced journeyman, knows how to move around the ring and essentially survive. Throwing that little tester out there every now and then. I'd like to see him maybe give Birchall a little bit more to think about, but obviously it opens him up. Nice flurry there, but again, it was all flurry, all tapping shots. You want to see the big shots to finish that off.
Well,
the damaging one.
It's the damaging one, and it's the damaging one that will probably get him the stoppage that he is after here tonight. You can tell that he is looking for it. He's brought so many fans here tonight, and some of the things that I can hear out of my ear: expletive, knock him out. Expletive, knock him out. So it'll certainly please a lot of people here tonight. Well, he's got about 2 minutes to get the stoppage. But even if he doesn't, it has been a good bit of razzle-dazzle tonight from Nelson Birchall.
Yeah, definitely. I don't see that stoppage coming as of yet, but it's been a great fight to watch and lovely show of skills. You know, maybe that's something to try and get those finishers. You know, he's got the flurries there. He just needs those finishers to really up his game that little bit more.
Of course, just 19 years old as well. You feel like the man strength will come in time as well.
100%. As he gets older, maybe he goes up in weight when he gets older as well, and the power will come. I'm sure later on he'll get more stoppages in his career. But he boxes very, very well.
Well, his plan is to become a multi-weight world champion. Featherweight really is just the start. 19 years old, making featherweight. You can imagine he can really go up through the weights. He's got good height, good build. Minute left in the 4th round. The 3rd fight in the career of Nelson Birchall.
It'd be good to see him up in the gears even more, since, you know, we've got less than a minute left. Really try and get him out of there if he can, even if it's in flurries, not necessarily from a big knockout shot, but can stop them in flurries. They just have they can't throw back.
Well, he has been throwing plenty of good flurries. Naeem Ali has looked fairly comfortable with them. He is the naturally heavier man.
Again, not nice on his feet there, really stepping in.
Well, 10 seconds to go here in the 4th and final round. Lovely movement.
A little bit of flashiness there, a few Ali shuffles, a little bit of Naeem in there as well.
And a little bit of dancing, a little bit of moving, and really that's what Nelson Birchall was able to do for 4 rounds tonight. It was razzle, it was dazzle, it was pretty perfect.
Yeah, he was having fun tonight, and at this level, that's what it's about. You've got to have fun in there while you're learning on the job, you know, and that's exactly what he's done tonight. He's got a good 4 rounds under his belt against a veteran opponent, and he'll learn a lot, and he'll be able to go back to gym, watch that, be happy with his performance, and know where to improve as well.
Yeah, plenty for Nelson Birchall to be happy with tonight, Jermaine.
Yeah, he boxed very well, won every round for me, moved his head very well. Like I said, I believe when he gets older, he'll move up in weight, the power will come, and the stoppages will come.
Well, the referee is just bringing Naeem Ali and Nelson Birchall together. And let's get the final verdict from RMC Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for both of our boxers? Ladies and gentlemen, after 4 rounds, we go to Mark Lyson's scorecard, which reached 40 points to 36 in favour of your winner, still undefeated, Nelson, the sexy one, Birchall. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for Naeem, the show saver. Ali took that bout on just a day's notice. Well done, Naeem.
Well, 3 fights, 3 wins for Nelson Birchall. Did it over the 4 rounds tonight against late replacement Naeem Ali. But it was a quite dazzling performance. We got to see a little bit of everything from him tonight, Jermaine. There was skills on display, there was a little bit of dancing, a little bit of moving. He's quite the package.
Yeah, I mean, like I mentioned earlier, it's a chance for both fighters for opportunity on Box Nation to showcase their skills, and he done that tonight. Boxed very, very well. Probably just a bit this way, he probably couldn't get a stoppage, but as I said, that will come in time. As he gets older, moves up in weight, the power will come there, and the stoppages 100% will come.
You feel like it will come. You can see the big team photo now in place. I think that might be Leighton down at the bottom. A very, very talented family. Coach Mike Jennings, of course, former world title challenger, now a brilliant coach himself. As Nelson Birchall just dances his way to the ringside position, where I think we're going to hear from him, we're going to hear from Lee Eaton, and we're going to hear from Mike Jennings very, very shortly. I can just see Shannon Courtney getting ready to do the interviews. It's been great to have Shannon Courtney doing interviews tonight. Another string to her bow, making her debut on Box Nation as an interviewer. And a fantastic 4-round display from Nelson Birchall. I think they're ready, so let's head over to Shannon Courtney with Nelson Birchall.
Nelson, great fight tonight. You look like you was enjoying yourself. You took it easy, but you still showed off a lot of skill. How did you find it in there tonight?
Yeah, listen, it was just about enjoying myself tonight. He's 4 or 5 weights above me. But listen, it was either fight him or fight nobody, and I'm a man, a fighting man. So I'll get in there and I'll fight anybody, anytime.
The commentator tonight compared you a lot to Dennis McCann. Again, you've got the same manager, so you're in the right hands. You're in a very exciting division with the featherweight division. What are your plans? What are you going forward?
For the top, for the very, very top. And yeah, listen, if they compare me to Dennis, that's a good thing, but Dennis is my good mate, but he's just not as good looking as me, is he? That's the only thing.
You talk like Dennis as well, that's for sure. Lee, what have you got planned for this man? He's got a big following tonight, a lot of people come out, he looks the business in the ring, so what have you got planned?
Yeah, listen, obviously we've had absolute nightmares trying to match him. Obviously it was either fighting Naheem Ali, who's a fully blown welterweight, when he's a featherweight, or don't fight anybody. So listen, we've done what we had to do. He wanted to fight, so we got him to fight. Listen, he's a great talent, unbelievable talent that can go all the way. He's got big news coming with a promotional deal all done. Hope I can announce that next week. His next fight will be on a big show. So listen, the kid's going all the way. Do you know what I mean? He's in a great family with Leighton. Birchall's one of the best talents in amateur boxing, and this man, I'm telling you now, will go all the way. And him and Dennis and the sexy one. He's the sexy one, isn't he? So, listen, I'm looking forward to the future. He tortures me day in, day out, but do you know what? Listen, I wouldn't have it any other way.
Answer me this, who's got the bigger ego, him or Dennis?
I'm not answering that. I've got to see Dennis in the morning.
Can we bring your trainer in quickly and ask him a couple of questions?
This is Michael Jennings, former English champion, British champion and WBU world champion.
We know who he is, don't worry about that. That was a great performance tonight, showed off a lot of skill, got some rounds in the bank as well. Was you happy with his performance?
Yeah, I mean, like I say, he did what he had to do, he got the round under his belt against a tough opponent, 100 odd fights, loads of experience, and when he wants to have a go, he has a go. Nelson put him in his shell tonight and just done what he had to do. Was happy with that, yeah.
Well, well done, congratulations on the good win.
Thank you very much.
And joining us in the studio is Robert Warren. Congratulations, what a night it's been.
It's been so far tremendous, yeah. And it is, great for the young fighters.
Definitely. Let's go back to the second fight that we saw. Talk me through that. What do you make of that? That was a fantastic liver shot.
Yeah, and it was, it come back in when the other fellow was like he was going to win. Yeah, very good.
Slightly. Just couldn't hear you then. Could you just repeat yourself slightly?
Sorry?
Just repeat yourself, sorry.
No, I'm just saying, it looked like the other fellow was coming on top, and then he come back with a great shot.
Yeah, that third round in particular, Nando, was probably my favourite round. What was it for you?
Do you know what? I love that he took his time with the jab and working the body, but then as the rounds progressed, he started to use the left a bit more, and you knew it was coming eventually, but listen, it's the Kazan way, working the body, and then that's it. He took that big liver shot. You saw him screaming in pain, and what a way to make a statement in that division.
Definitely. Everybody else has had a good stoppage tonight. What other stoppages are you feeling? What else are we going to have?
We had a couple of other stoppages, didn't we? But I was outside one, we were trying to move the van. So, is it the third fight?
Yeah, that's his third fight. Yeah. I think at this stage of his career, getting the rounds in as well. 4-rounder, I think it's just right, because as he progresses, he's already a featherweight, and he's gonna get bigger as he gets older. He's gonna go up the weight divisions. He wants to be a multi-weight world champion, and this is the type of fights he needs. This is the type of experience that he needs.
Definitely, and live on Box Nation.
Yeah, and I think the progression with him himself, especially that sort of fight, just puts him up there. And it's a great showcase for all the youngsters, you know what I mean? But yeah, pretty impressed by him. I thought it was very good.
It's been a great night so far. We're going to take a little look at some of the knockouts you've had tonight.
Yeah.
There's the first knockout of the night.
I don't.
What's been your favourite performance of the night so far?
It is going to be the liver shot. It's going to be that fight. It's going to be the way. Do you know what? He fights like a Jamie Moore fighter. You know, he felt his opponent in the first round, worked the body, took his time with the jab, and then he just got going stronger as the rounds progressed, and he made a statement. And as Jamie Moore said in his interview with Shannon afterwards, he's 30 years old. If he's not ready now for a world title, he will never be ready.
And Talarek was down for a lot of that. The pain, he sounded like he was in.
Yeah, for sure. Well, you felt it. You heard the.
We saw it.
Yeah, we saw it. You felt it as well. So, what a statement.
Yeah, and a really strong corner with Jamie Moore and Nigel Travis as well.
It was, yeah. I mean, as you say, we all felt in that. And what he done was great. As you know, he boxed it, but he closed it down. And then you can see he just went with the killer instinct, and the shot was just fantastic.
Your family have obviously been involved in so many massive boxing nights, but how important are these types of shows?
This is the most important. I think they're the most important. We ain't got no small hall shows. You can't showcase the youngsters coming up. Because, and I'm with say you youngsters who win gold medals in the Olympics and all that, but you get other fighters who progress, you know, through these ranks, and they can become world champions. And with these shows, they get their exposure, they get more confident, or whatever. Because without this, I don't think boxing, you know, can't have it. I think it's absolutely a must for the youngsters.
Robert, I have to ask you, your brother Frank started Box Nation over 20 years ago, and the channel died down after as the years progressed because more channels came, you know, BT came and so on. How proud are you that your sons have revived? Obviously with help with promotion, with sponsorship, but that your sons revived Box Nation now.
I was so proud of them. They worked hard to get there. Very, very proud, and to keep the Box Nation, you know, the name alive. It is a well-known, probably the best outside the major channels, the best channel known, Box Nation.
Sorry, carry on.
I'm just saying, to revive it, it's hard work, and we've got all the youngsters. It's just fantastic.
So, seeing obviously a lot of small hall shows, who's been your favourite small hall fighter that you've seen grow to massive, massive things? On a worldwide stage.
My favourite one, you've got to be one of my fighters. I mean, like Alfie Gaskin, I love Alfie. He came back from that defeat. He was, you know, really upset, and he took his side, his comeback. But he lives a life, and it makes you exciting. He's great.
And he's a young lad as well, so he's got so much further to go.
Oh yeah, I mean he's 20. I think he's 21 on the day of our next show. Yeah, lovely, lovely man.
Should we have a little chat about Nelson Birchall? Because what a fight that was.
Well, let's talk about the support he had as well. Unbelievable. Lee Eaton said he's the next big one. Do you agree with that?
We could be. I mean, looking at him, it's the same thing. It depends how they progress. You know what I mean? But yeah, it could be. I don't see why not.
Oh, exactly. It was a very dazzling performance. I thought it was very slick.
Sorry?
So it was a very dazzling performance. I thought it was very slick. So we're just going to pop over to Dev Sani for a little bit of commentary.
Joe, I'll tell you what, it's great to hear from Robert Warren. I feel like we don't hear enough from Robert Warren, one of the real sort of minds of boxing, a wealth of knowledge over the years. Great to hear from him, and what him and his sons are doing is great. Warren Boxing Management at the forefront here tonight. It's been a brilliant night so far. Any kind of, what stood out to you, Raven, tonight so far?
Well, for me, obviously, the third fight in, Kulakmet, very impressed with that performance. Was not expecting this first round knockout
of
Paul Ryan.
Unbelievable.
Not nice to see, really, you know. And even afterwards, he still didn't look quite right. But yeah, it's been an interesting turn of events in the first 4 fights. And I'm really looking forward to seeing what the next 4 fights have.
Well, Boma Brown got the stoppage as well. We saw twosome by Kulakmet with a sneaky liver shot there, just snuck it in. Brilliant liver shot to stop Robert Talarek, and then we saw 4 rounds of razzle dazzle from Nelson Birchall, who I think we're going to be hearing an awful lot more from in the future. Look at the little dance at the end as well. I know I could see you nodding along there, Jermaine, when you saw him sort of dance, sort of move. You like that, Jermaine?
Yeah, just the aura. When he came in the ring dancing, I said a happy fighter, a dangerous fighter, and he looked like he's enjoying himself, enjoying the occasion.
Yes.
And he showed it tonight when he went in there, done his thing.
Well, a happy fighter's a dangerous fighter. How happy is Hannah Rankin at the moment? Let's talk about that a little bit. That is the main event tonight. Hannah Rankin back to business, coming off a defeat against an opponent, Naomi Mannes, who's coming with plenty of hunger, plenty of ambition. How happy is Hannah Rankin heading into this?
She's up for it. I know she's up for it. Obviously, they've added belts on the line. So you've got the Intercontinental, haven't we? The WBA. So, and that's something that Hannah really wants to gain back, you know. So she wants a belt, and this is her opportunity to take that and grasp it, and hopefully get back to those world title fights. And we'll see. She's got a little bit of a task ahead of her, but hopefully she comes out on top.
It's exactly that. And listen, it's more than just about top of the bills like Hannah Rankin. What this kind of relaunch of live boxing on Box Nation, you're going to see brilliant young fighters coming through who then move on to bigger and bigger nights. And I think actually Georgia and the team in presentation have got another brilliant young fighter with them. Let's head over to Georgia.
Thanks, Dev. Now joining us is young fighter Alfie Gaston. Now, Robert's just been bigging you up like 2 minutes ago. How has it been here tonight for you?
Do you know what? It's a real experience being back here, back on the Box Nation. It's a good card what they've got on. It's been an exciting fight so far, so I'm yet to enjoy the rest of the night, but so far so good, and I can't wait to watch it.
What's been your favourite fight so far?
I just like Nelson just on now. He had a little bit of everything, do you know what I mean? There weren't one thing they never had, so it's good, and another young fighter coming through, so it's exciting.
Were you here at the start of the night?
No, I got here when Boma Brown boxed. Unfortunately, I missed the first fight, but that sounded a bit tasty too. So
you missed a very big upset in the first round.
Yeah,
first round of the first fight.
That's it. I'll have to watch it back.
It was good. So you're up and coming fighter, going in through these small hall shows. How does it feel knowing that you're going to be, maybe, do I say the star of Box Nation?
Well, listen, we're yet to decide that, but like you say, a young fighter coming through to get this exposure early on, like, it's massive, and especially it goes back to my management, Alfie, Robert, Bobby, Freddie, Sonny, all of them. They grew up watching it, I grew up watching it, they was part of it at a young age, and now they've taken it over and they're getting the fighters the exposure. It's massive, and I can't wait to be part of it.
Yeah, definitely. You've boxed, was it 4 times at your call now?
Yeah, I think it is 4 times now, yeah.
It's like the home of boxing down south, isn't it?
Yeah.
How is that?
Yeah, that's it, and the history of boxing goes back to your call. The history of boxing goes back to Box Nation, so what better combination is it going to be when they put Box Nation in your call?
Definitely.
That's it.
And when are you next fighting? Do we know?
No, I'm just waiting for confirmation. I think they're saying the 14th of June, but they're going to confirm it next week, and then everything's going to be set in stone.
Perfect. Nando, what do you make of Alfie?
Good fighter, and I look forward to seeing him more as well. Box Nation, when it got launched, he wasn't even born yet. And as you got older, when you got into boxing, it died down. How do you feel that now it's been revived? You're part of it.
That's it, like you say, it's been revived and it's going to flourish now. Like it's got good competition. You know, you've got the high level, you've got the Sky Sports, the TNT, the DAZN. Now you've got Box Nation, and believe me, I reckon it's going to blow it out of the water. Just give it its time, let it get back to where it was, and it's going to overtake everything.
What do you want next in your career?
Listen, I want a bit of this Box Nation exposure. Give me that in my next fight. Look, I'm only 20. Get me on Box Nation before my 21st birthday, and that's a massive tick in the box. You know what I mean? Like my management to have this, I want to be part of it. That's what I want next. I want Box Nation.
Are you on a little spying mission tonight for James Heneghan?
No, I'm not.
Are you sure?
Yeah, James is in my stable, so there's no rivalry there.
No?
I wish him all the best tonight.
How do you predict that fight going?
James is a very good fighter. He boxed Harry Matthews, I think, in his last fight. I boxed Harry in my debut. James is a very good fighter. Again, he's signed with Queensbury, so Queensbury's got a good stable of fighters, and James is a good fighter, so it's going to be a dominant victory for him.
What names do you see yourself coming up against in, say, the next year and a half, let's say?
I don't know, I'm not one of them people to, you know, sit on top of the fence and call anybody out. I'm young, I still need to develop a lot as a person, as a boxer, all round in my life. So that's down to my management, down to my team, my trainers. I've got a good team now down at the Peacock. I've got, I think, the best managers. Listen, Denzel's got a very good fight against Danny Dingham. Listen, that's going to be exciting. Just don't blink, that's all I'm saying. Do not blink.
How are you predicting that one going?
Well, listen, I'm going to back the gym that I'm in, but it's, like you said, it's going to be a good fight. I don't want to say what's going to happen. Just watch it yourself. Tune in. I think it's May 11th, and it's going to be explosive. Don't blink.
Yeah, definitely. And you've got a great stable there at the Peacock Gym as well.
Yeah, that's it. You know, we've got like Denzel Bentley, he's boxing for that title. Sam King, he was out last weekend. We've got Ellis Zorro, who's fighting for the British title.
Yeah.
Who else have we got? We've got Chris Ball, who's just boxed for the British and Commonwealth. We've got Inda Bassi, who's Southern Area champion. We've got a lot of young prospects. We've got Billy Allen in the gym as well, just won the IBO Continental title over in Canada. He went over there as the underdog. And like Billy does, he's always the underdog in a fight, the away fighter.
And he's never ever in a boring fight either,
No,
is
that's
Billy?
it. And people see Billy and think, oh, like he's just like sort of a gatekeeper. Billy's not a gatekeeper. He's a champion. He's won the Southern Area. He's won the IBO in the Continental. I think he's won the English as well. So Billy's one of them fighters. Everybody doubts him, but if you get in the ring with Billy, you know just what Billy's about. I've sparred him a couple of times, and for someone so small, he is so awkward. Like, I'd rather do 15 rounds with Denzel than what I would 4 rounds with Billy, because he's on your chest, he's sticking that jab out, you just can't get away from him. He's just one of them fighters. He's just in the back of everybody's mind, and I hope he gets the British title shot that he deserves as well.
Definitely, because he's worked for it, he's earned it.
Yeah, that's it. You know, he's boxed Dalton Smith. He went the distance with him. He boxed Henry Turner, went the distance with him. So it's an exciting division, and I hope Billy gets the title and the shot that he deserves, because he works hard, day in, day out. He lives the life. He is a true pro boxer, and Billy deserves to get the opportunities that he works hard enough for, you know?
Definitely. And Nando, what do you make of the Peacock stable, the Peacock Gym?
He's part of a great stable. I have to ask you as well, being around that stable and being around those fighters that have won multiple titles, Denzel Bentley that's fought for a world title, how much inspiration does that give you?
Oh, 110%. Like, you go in the gym every day. I'm excited to go in there, because not only is it a good gym and a good environment, but you're always learning. It's like being back at school again, you know? Like, you're getting ready for training, you put on that Peacock t-shirt, you walk in the gym, you never know who's coming in or who's floating around in the gym that day. You're picking up little things, and every day you're adding like little 1% and 2%. And like you say, being around them people, you can only get better. And I believe for where I am at the moment, it's the best place for me. And I'm going to go far under the Peacock, Martin and the boys down there.
Sure. Definitely, definitely. Now, coming up next is Conor Mistiades. It was Conor Taylor. What do we make of that fight?
Who's fighting next, sir?
Conor Mistiades.
It's going to be a good fight. I'm looking forward to watching this fight. To be fair, what do you think of this one? I want to get your prediction of this fight.
And remember, it's cruiserweights, and they can bang.
Yeah, that's it. Like you say, it's a cruiserweight. One shot changes it all. But I think it's going to be a good fight for as long as it lasts. Whether that's 1 round, 4 rounds, whatever it lasts, it's going to be a good fight. So don't go anywhere. Sit where you are and watch this. Box Nation's back, so don't start disappearing nowhere, because it's all going up from here.
Well, let's see what happens. Over to you, MC Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to get back to our action, where we have 4 rounds of boxing in the cruiserweight division. Please welcome our first boxer, making their way to the red corner from Riga, Latvia, Edgar Snedzik.
Well, here comes Edgar Snedzik, 35-year-old Latvian. Always comes in shape, always comes ready to fight. He's been with a host of familiar names in his 53-fight career. Willie Hutchinson, Dan Aziz, and tonight he provides the test for Conor Mistiades.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent, making his way to the blue corner from Wythenshawe, Conor Mistiades.
Well, great ovation here for Conor Mistiades. Fight number 4 for the Wythenshawe man. He was known as Connor Taylor in his amateur career. He took the name of Mistiades from his late grandfather, who in fact got him into boxing, sadly passed away, and Conor decided that he would take that Mistiades name into his pro career as a tribute. It's been a little bit of a stop-start career, but so far he's looking to start 2024 with a bang.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Box Nation, Warden Boxing Management, in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing, and sponsored by Gold Star and Trade Centre UK, proudly presents 4 rounds of boxing in the cruiserweight division. Our timekeeper at the bell for this contest is Phil Morris, MBE, and our referee in charge, scoring the action, is Jamie Kirkpatrick. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our officials. It is now time to introduce our boxers. Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner, wearing the black shorts with white trim. On the scales, he weighed in at 13 stone and 1 pound. This evening, taking part in his 54th contest as a professional, from Riga, Latvia, Edgar Sanedze. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent, facing him across the ring and boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the black shorts trimmed with silver. On the scales, he weighed in 12 stone, 11 pounds and 6 ounces. He comes to the ring with a perfect professional record. 3 wins from 3 contests. Introducing from Wythenshawe, Conor Mistiades.
Well, I tell you, Conor Mistiades must have sold a lot of tickets. There was a great noise as Bobby Blundell announced his name there. As the crowd chants, walking in a Mistiades wonderland. Got a nice ring to that. Arnie Farnell in the corner, trainer of Conor Mistiades. Cruiserweight action coming up, 4 rounds.
Nice jabbing right off the bat from Mistiades there. Just controlling that centre of the ring.
Well, Sneedser knows his way around the ring. 53 fights he's had in his career. As I mentioned, he's been in with the likes of Willie Hutchinson, Dan Aziz. Dan Aziz was able to get him out of there in a couple of rounds. But he's taken plenty of fighters the distance. Always comes in shape, always comes to fight. Mistiades should be a class above. But as we know on Box Nation, there's always upsets.
Yeah, I like it when these journeymen do come to give these prospects a bit of a challenge. You know, they don't just sit there and try and survive. I like it when they try and throw something back, because as you go up through the ranks, no one's going to sit and survive with you. They're going to throw back. So if you learn that early, it gives you everything that you need moving forwards.
Yeah, really good start from Mistiades, getting behind that jab and always looking to come forward as well. It's a really impressive start so far. I like the way they're both coming at it. If you can get behind the jab, it's a good start for the fight.
Both trying to control that centre of the ring,
Yeah.
you know, no one really wanting to give it away. Always circling back around to the centre, never really going too far towards the ropes.
Well, his professional career has been a little bit stop-start. Fights falling away. Hasn't been able to really get much momentum. But 2024 could be different for Conor Mistiades, as he just has a good look at Edgar Sneedser here in the first round.
Yeah, we'll definitely be hoping to put on a good show tonight and kickstart his year as he means to go on, no doubt. He's got a big crowd with him, so hopefully they can you know, gee him up and give him that energy to put on a good performance here right now. And so far he's looking good, nice and controlled behind that jab, controlling the ring. Still sort of having a look at his opponent here.
Well, 30 seconds to go in the first round. It's been plenty of looking. Often these first rounds will be a little bit of finding range, a little bit of feeling out.
Nice little let go of the hands there, nice 1-2 left hook, found its way through just behind the guard of Sneijder.
Well, he's getting more comfortable in there, isn't he, Conor Mistiades?
Yeah, he's starting to find his range. No, but it's good that Sneijder's not making it easy at the same time. He's moving his feet in and out, but you can just see there that sharpness and punches and stuff. Conor's got the edge.
Well, one round of 4 done. It's in the cruiserweight division. Mistiades actually made his debut at light heavyweight. He actually thinks he could get down as far as super middleweight. Obviously, he's just working his way back now because of the inactivity. But his future could be at significantly lighter weights than the cruiserweight that we're seeing in front of us here tonight.
Yeah, that'd be very interesting to see. I think he'd make quite a big super middleweight. You know, he doesn't look bad at the weight as it is. Definitely see him maybe go down to light heavyweight. But yeah, you gotta take the fights as they come, I suppose.
Well, it's a big drop, but he thinks he's got it in him. Of course, his debut back in 2021 was at light heavyweight.
Corners, 10 seconds.
Considering he's not been in the ring for a good while, he doesn't look too ring rusty. Still got that sharpness, in and out nicely.
Yeah, not an awful lot of ring rust. Even when he was out of the ring through injury, he still kept himself in the gym, still kept himself around the sport. Jimmy Kelly, a stablemate. Jimmy Kelly's had a few fights over in the States, and Conor Mistiades has followed him out there, been around it, kept himself in good nick.
Still slightly out of range here in this round. He started falling a bit short with that jab. He's take that little half step in as well when he's throwing it.
Yeah, I would like to see him a bit more snap behind that jab as well, just to give him something to think about. But I'm sure that will come as he keeps coming forward.
Yeah, mixing it up as well is kind of readable in what he's throwing. You know, doubling it up, feint it, then throw it. Little bits like that, just to make it harder to read.
Referee just brings them apart here. Minute down in the second round. 4 rounds at cruiserweight. Conor Mistiades, Edgar Sneijder.
I feel this fight is yet to come alive, really. I'm sure as it will later on and down the stretch, but just waiting for that spark, that kick to get this fight really going.
Yeah, there's a lot of posturing, a lot of looking at each other. A few feints, nothing really of significance has landed, although that did just get the attention of Edgar Sneijder. A sneaky right hand that got through from Mistiades.
Quite impressing, Sneijder, in that even then that 1-2 from Conor sent him back to the ropes. He circled straight away right back to the centre, not allowing himself to get pressed there for too long.
Well, he's been around a long time. He certainly knows his way around the ring, and he's showing that here, although he just took 3 pretty consecutive jabs from Mistiades. Nice right hand, backs.
Nice right hand, right on the top of the head.
Just backed him up to the ropes there as well, didn't he?
See, it's that start of the round each time, that range has just been out, and as the round progresses, he finds it in that last minute, and you know, he just needs to put those shots together.
Better from Mistiades in this round.
He's looked very composed, you know, not rushing his work either, which is good. Not throwing the shots for the sake of it when he's not quite there, which I like to see, is not just going hell for leather. Throwing the shots when he knows he's in range, and then he's letting go of that 1-2. But then I like to follow it up with that next phase, that, you know, first phase, then go again.
Absolutely, almost 2 rounds done here in the return of Conor Mistiades. Touch gloves at the end of the round. Arnie Farnell in the corner. Great fighter he was in his day as well. I remember seeing the Terminator posters of Arnie Farnell in his fighting days. Great character on the Manchester fight scene. And his charge here, Conor Mistiades, surely 2 rounds up in his first fight of 2024. He's 3-0 so far. Young cruiserweight who thinks he can get down to much lighter weights, even super middleweight they've talked about. And so far, so good.
Yeah, definitely. Working that range nicely towards the ends of each of those 2 rounds. I don't know if he's trying to preserve that energy. He's not been in the ring for a little while.
10 seconds.
You know, sometimes you can be a bit unsure on how much to quite push it. But he looks
Seconds
calm.
out.
It's not blowing.
Round 3.
The third round here of 4.
Nice way where he comes out behind that double, triple jab each time. It's really nice control.
Yeah, there was a moment in the last round, he landed about 3 in a row on Sneedser, 3 jabs. Sneedser couldn't get out of the way of it. It's a good weapon he's got there, and it's a good weapon to build around.
Yeah, much quicker start this time around compared to the last 2 rounds. Getting behind that jab and coming forward. And a little bit more variety there I've seen as well, so it's a good start so far.
Just falling short on that 1-2, like I say, he just needs that, take that half a step in and then throw those shots.
Well, the plan is to get to area title level quite soon. I guess they'll look at this year, and the question probably is which weight division, because he's at cruiserweight here. There's a lot of big cruiserweights in the country at the moment.
That's better. And then I'd like to see that second phase. He's backed him up, then put that pressure on again.
Nice right hand
little
there.
slip overhand.
Lovely.
Yeah, then he just lets him out.
Definitely feel he can up the pressure in this fight and really just turn the screw in this fight if he wanted to.
It's that next phase that's just missing at the moment. He doubles up the jab there, Mistiades.
It's still looking very composed, focused as well, you know, lovely work behind the jab.
Well, he trained with Jimmy Egan as an amateur. Great fighting Jim around this way. Nice right hand.
He's trying to find a little place there for that slip and backhand. Just again, his feet are a little bit stuck in the mud.
Both fighters seem to be happy to be fighting at this pace.
He's doing some nice countering though, Conor. Sneedser moving around the ring, obviously again showing that experience that he has.
Well, as an amateur, his style, Mistiades, was very much long-range countering. But Arnie Farnell has, in what he says he's made him a more rounded fighter. Sits down a little bit more. 3 rounds in here. Hasn't really put a foot wrong, but also hasn't really turned the screw yet, Raven.
Yeah, I feel like he's definitely got more in the tank that he can do. Like you say, hasn't really put a foot wrong. He's looking very composed, nice and relaxed behind the jab. Really liking the work that he's doing behind the jab. Just want to see that next phase afterwards because he's done all the hard work, you know, but then Sneedser's just getting back to that centre of the ring and then he needs to start again. So yeah, I'd like to see Conor just try and turn it up in this last round.
It's been a while since he's been in the ring. There's maybe he just wants to enjoy it. Maybe he wants to get all 4 rounds in, Jermaine.
Yeah, maybe he just wants to get the rounds in, like you said, Dave. Just get through this fight, move on to the next fight. But I definitely feel there's something left in the tank where he can really turn the screw and push him further back and maybe dominate this last round.
Well, let's see. The referee is
Check it out for the 4th
telling them to get up
and the final round.
off their stools. Final round here. 4-round cruiserweight contest. Unbeaten Conor Mistiades against the veteran Edgar Sneedser.
That's it. Now he needs to put that pressure on, work it, don't let him escape.
Just let him escape there as well, just as you said that, right?
Yeah, it's just cutting that ring off,
Yeah.
not giving them an exit. Step across. Snyder going in there with a wild swing.
I think that's coming from a bit of pressure from my man. Just coming forward a bit more and making them think, and it's, obviously he's making them a wild swing there just to get out of the corner.
Yeah, see Messiada's hear the coach trying to get him to go when he gets him back to those ropes.
That is the window of opportunity, and he's had it a couple of times, but just sort of let him off the hook so far tonight. Just loosens up the right hand there.
Yeah, little right hand behind the glove.
Sneezer just ties him up. Referee lets them fight out of it or push out of it.
So you see that where he's just been that little bit more
Yeah.
aggressive. It's you almost feel that second bit coming through now. Find himself getting caught on the way in there. Again, makes you remember, don't be reckless when you're going in. Bring that chin down on the way in.
Well, he's done plenty of tickets tonight. There will be fans here who would like to, I'm sure, see him turn the screw even more. You can see he has uncorked a couple of right hands so far in this round, but they haven't been very accurate. Just backing Sneezer up with the jab.
Just thinking, like, he wants to probably just get through this fight and maybe move on to the next fight. Maybe where he's been out the ring for a while. Maybe this is the reason why he's not really trying to turn the screw in this fight.
Oh, lovely jab. The jab has been his best punch tonight, Raven.
100%. He's looked really
good shot.
class operating behind that jab, controlling the ring, and you know Snyder's been moving around the ring nice, but he's still Messiades has still had that control the whole fight.
I feel there's more to come from him. I really do. I feel as you probably get on more fights come later down the line, I feel there's more to come.
I feel like we've only seen a little snippet of what he could possibly do.
Well, that feels like 4-0 to Conor Messiades tonight. Feels like he won every round in there tonight. We saw in the final round he did try and turn the screw a little bit more, but Edgar Sneezer, he wasn't going anywhere tonight, Raven.
Yeah, like I say, when you've been out of the ring for almost a year, sometimes you just need to get those rounds under your belt, let that ring rust go, find that range, you know, towards the middle to end of each round. He got that range in every time, but, you know, that's something that comes with being busy as well. And, you know, like I say, class operator behind the jab, really worked for him, and interesting to see how he progresses.
Yeah, there were pockets of class there. You could see the jab. He was doing damage with the jab, and it should be really 4-0. I mean, it feels like a formality, but the referee will bring them together now, Conor Messiades and Edgar Sneezer, as we head over to the final verdict from RMC, Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for both of our boxers. After 4 rounds of action, we go to our referee Jamie Kirkpatrick's scorecard, which reads 40 points to 36 in favour of your winner, still undefeated, Conor Messiades. Ladies and gentlemen, please a big round of applause for Edgar Sneezer.
Bobby Blundell insistent on getting a round of applause for every fight tonight. Every fighter. Think they deserve it. Conor Messiades there. Won every round. Moves to 4-0 in his career. Overall, good performance, Jermaine?
Yeah, good performance. A good, comfortable performance. I'm sure he's happy just to get the rounds in where he's been out the ring for a while. And like I said, he can take a lot from this fight, learn from it, and move on and potentially be in some bigger fights.
the activity, that's key, isn't it? I mean, his last fight was back in June last year. That's a long time. It's almost a year now he's been out of the ring, so you can understand him wanting to get some rounds under his belt and wanting to start build some momentum.
Yeah, 100%. You can see, obviously, that's a long time to be out of the ring, and I'm sure he's just happy just to get the rounds in. And I'm sure later on in the fights down the line, you'll see a bit more from him. So I believe there's more to come from him.
Well, I think there's a lot more to come from him as he gets together with his trainer Arnie Farnell and Shannon Courtney, and we're gonna hear from them very, very shortly. We could see Jimmy Kelly in the corner there as well. Jimmy Kelly's been in some big fights. Of course, he's been in there with Jaime Munguia, who is taking on Canelo Alvarez, so he's mixed in tremendous company as Jimmy Kelly. I remember the fight with Liam Smith as well, so it's a good stable that Arnie's got. And he's got a young cruiserweight there, or light heavyweight, or super middleweight, he says, in Conor Mistiades, who just moved to 4-0. And I think now we can head over to Shannon Courtney with Conor Mistiades.
So, you got good 4 rounds in the bank. Obviously, you've had a long time out of injury. How are you feeling? Are you happy with your performance?
Yeah, good 4 rounds of a tough opponent. He's not been stopped by many. Yeah, I'm happy to get the 4 rounds, and I felt like I could have went through the gears more, but like you say, I've had a long time out. Just want to get active now and get moving.
So you want to stay active, like you said. He's been in with some tough opponents, been in the likes of Willie Hutchinson, Dan Aziz, but you looked tonight completely comfortable, not out your depth in the slightest. So I'm assuming you want to stay active. How soon do you want to get out again?
ASAP. I'm trying to make up for last time. I'm only still young, but I've had a frustrating start to my professional career, so I'd like to get moving and hopefully being with tough men like that still and go through the gears more and maybe get the stoppage.
So obviously tonight was cruiserweight. Is this what you plan on? Light heavy. So what weight do you plan on campaigning at and for titles?
Light heavyweight. Definitely light heavyweight. That's my weight. Yeah.
So the commentators actually said tonight you want to do super middle. Do you reckon you could do that or no?
I might have to lay off the cakes a bit, but yeah, I'm sure I could. Like I say, everyone's always pushing me to get the weight down. I've made a massive weight cut. But I felt strong today at light heavy and I made it on the day. So yeah, maybe super middle. Maybe that could be something in the future.
Congratulations on the good performance.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, that was Conor Mistiades. Great to hear from him. And he thinks there is a chance, a half chance, that he could get down to super middle. Only 24 years old as well. For a young man, very early in his career. Good performance. Won every round. It's really filling up here as well in Liverpool. Great to see live boxing back on Box Nation. For so long, Box Nation was the home of big-time boxing. We've got Liv Hussey up next, another decorated amateur. Raven, I'm keen to get your thoughts on Liv Hussey.
Liv, a very talented amateur, obviously. I had the pleasure of spending some time with her up at GB on the programme, so I'm really excited to watch Liv tonight and really see what she's been working on. So obviously she took quite a bit of time out of boxing and now she's back. And I know she's going to be back to make a statement, and I'm excited for her journey.
It'll be great to see her. I mean, her debut was also, not far from here. She brings a lot of fans with her. What are you expecting, Jermaine?
I'm expecting hopefully a good performance tonight. I heard so much good things about her, and I'm looking forward to seeing her fight tonight. And no better occasion than Box Nation to showcase her skills. Yeah,
absolutely. She's trained by Stephen Smith, managed by Paul Smith as well. There's a great Liverpool vibe. Even her name's Liv. There's a great Liverpool vibe about Liv Hussey.
Yeah, honestly, I think she's going to be one to watch.
Ladies and gentlemen,
well, I think we're heading over to
we
RMC.
are now ready to get going
Bobby
with
Blundell.
our next contest of the evening, where we have 6 rounds of action in the welterweight division. Please welcome our first boxer to the red corner from Poland, Bojana Liverzuska.
Well, here comes Bojana Liverzuska. It looks like the ring walk music of choice is Sweet Caroline. Now, if there is any way to get a British crowd on your side, it's this. However, in Liverpool against Liv Hussey, I'm not sure it's going to work, Raven.
I've started a few murmurs of the song. I've heard a little bit, but yeah, obviously most of this crowd is here for Liv right now.
They are indeed, but I'll tell you, some of them just can't help but sing along. I can hear pockets of the audience here getting involved, having a little sing-song, and Bojana Libazuski is loving it. It's actually her 70th professional fight. She's been on the circuit since 2014, so it's actually now 10 years in the game. Actually had her debut against Vivian Obanov. What a debut to have.
Very tough debut to have that. Crowd's going a little bit.
I told you. There are some who just can't help themselves. I'd imagine most people here are Liv Hussey fans. However, the temptation of singing along to Sweet Caroline was just too much to resist. Let's head back over to Bobby Blundell.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her opponent, making her way to the blue corner, from St. Helens, Olivia Hussey!
Well, here comes Liv Hussey. She looks to have a big, big future ahead of her in the professional ranks. She was a star amateur, former member of Team GB, got a gold medal at the European Championships, a host of gold medals around the globe, and now it's fight number 2 in the professional journey for the St. Helens native, who has brought plenty with her tonight.
Ladies and gentlemen, live on Box Nation, Warren Boxer Management, in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing, proudly sponsored by Gold Star and the Trade Centre UK, present 6 2-minute rounds of action in the welterweight division. Our timekeeper at the bell for this contest is Chris O'Connor. Our referee in charge, scoring the action, star referee Mark Lyson. Liverpool, that is our officials. If you're ready to welcome our boxers, make some noise! Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner, wearing the black and gold shorts. On the scale, she weighed in at 10 stone, 3 pounds and 2 ounces. This evening, taking part in his 70th contest as a professional, from Poland, Bojana Libazuska. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her opponent, facing her across the ring and boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the black shorts with silver trim. She weighed in 10 stone, 2 pounds and 4 ounces. She comes to the ring undefeated as a professional. 1 win from 1 contest. Introducing from St. Helens, Olivia Hussey!
Okay, boxers, you both know the rules.
Well, my ears are ringing. Goodness me, great ovation here for Liv Hussey. She's brought, I mean, she may have brought half of Liverpool with her, Raven.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see Liv tonight and see what she's been working on since her amateur days.
Seconds out, round 1.
Well, she was a tremendous amateur. Fight number 2 in her professional journey, Liv Hussey, St. Helens native, 24 years old, been sparring Rhiannon Dixon. That's pretty good sparring. And she's a pretty good fighter.
Yeah, you can just see straight away Liv's pedigree, nice tight guard. And I've always loved the way Liv boxes, who are very on the front foot, comes forward, but never gives much away. Straight into that 1-2 there. Liv means business tonight, I can see that for sure.
She definitely looks like she means business tonight.
Yeah, punching with real intent as well. 60, she come out blocks there, started very, very well. That's got high guard as well. Very good start.
Liv Hussey there, just landing a couple. She's in the black and silver shorts tonight. Bojana Libazuska just trying to keep her off really at this point.
Yeah, she hasn't really been able to do much with Liv. She's throwing, which is good to see, trying to give her something to think about. But yeah, Liv, clearly the stronger of the two, really forcing her opponent backwards towards the ropes.
She's looking the part so far, and every time she throws a punch, I'll tell you what, the crowd are scoring it for her.
Yeah, nice tight shape from Liv. Maybe a bit eager, coming too far forward.
When you've got a crowd like this screaming everything you do, you can't help but be eager, Raven.
100%, you know. Like to see her take her time a little bit in that second round, so I really think she could get her out of there if she does that. Take her time and then really let that work go, set that work up and throw those big shots, which she is starting to land.
Yeah, I agree. I hope that she doesn't let the occasion get to her too much, but if she boxes the way she can, I'm sure she'll land that punch she needs to stop this fight. A very good start. Very, very impressed.
Good start, first round down of 4. 2-minute rounds, of course. I'll tell you what, these 2-minute rounds go very quickly, Raven.
They do, almost too quickly, don't they? When are they bringing those 3 minutes?
I don't think it's possible to call a female fight without having the discussion about the number of minutes in a round. I mean, where do you sit on it, Raven?
Definitely am an advocate
Round
for
2.
3-minute rounds. Just, you know, in fights like this where Liv's starting to get that work off, the round's then over so quickly, you kind of then have to build again from the next round, and it, like you say, it flies so quick.
There appears to be a general feeling that if there was an additional minute in these rounds, we'd probably start seeing a few more stoppages in female boxing. Well, Liv Hussey has looked fantastic so far, halfway through the second round. What is it that she's doing so well tonight so far, Raven?
She's got a very good guard. She's working behind that jab, that 1-2, but she's not rushing. See, nice, where she's getting inside, with something that not a lot of the amateurs do when they turn to the pros. They're trying to work on the inside and still fight rather than hold, which I really like to see. She's pushing that.
Well, she won so much for Team GB all around the world. She's been with her boxing, but she did mention to me that her style probably isn't a kind of Team GB type style, right?
No, it isn't. Like I said with Liv, I've always liked her style. It's that very front foot pressure, which is the kind of style that I love to watch, as I love to do. It's exciting, and as a fighter as well, it's fun. You like to be in a fight, like real nice exchange there between the two.
Yeah, this round's really hotting up. Both fighters throwing more punches than they did the last round. A really good start for this third round.
I tell you, Libazuska has come for a fight though. She hasn't come here to roll over.
Yeah, she's given Liv a hard time, and again, you know, with that experience, she's moving around the ring. She's knowing how to work it, how to roll the shots, and how to take that sting out of Liv's punches.
Absolutely, you can't have 70 professional fights and not know how to move around the ring. Showed a bit of ambition there in the second round, Libazuska. You can see some of the work of Liv Hussey here.
Liv very tight with her guard, nothing really getting through because her hands are up. Even when she's throwing the shots, nothing's going loose there. And yeah, like I say, working on that inside, trying to keep that momentum going even when they're in close.
Well, she's teamed up with Stephen Smith. Stephen Smith's got a growing stable of fighters now that he trains. Of course, Charlie Edwards is in there.
10 seconds, corners.
Jake Henty,
Seconds
Steve
out.
Clark.
Round 3.
was a keen footballer in her youth. Played for Everton. Didn't quite get to the level that she wanted to get to. Decided boxing was the one for her. Good decision.
Nice overhand there, right there from Liv. Just catching her opponent on the ropes. But starting again this round with more intent, more spite behind those punches. I like that. She sat on that shot a bit more than she has been.
Yeah, I think she's creating a bit more openness as well, which is good to see. And I'm getting my hand a jab coming forward, and that's making her opponent miss. So I think sooner or later she might walk onto something.
That's right, glancing right hand. Libazuska just ties them up. Mark Gleisen allowing them to work.
Yeah, nice little uppercut there from Liv on the little push out, which was nice to see. Like I say, just that push of pace from Liv, really nice, letting her hands go here.
But Libazuska still keeps firing back, and that's making this a very entertaining third round here.
Yeah, she's not letting Liv just have it all her own way. She's trying to make it difficult for her to land those shots. Super clean.
Yeah, she's coming forward in this round, which is good, and we're getting a really good entertainment fight now because both fighters are just coming in the centre of the ring and it's having it out, which is really good to see.
Just having a look with that jab.
Lovely counter there from Liv.
Well, 10 seconds to go in the third round, 3 of 4. 2-minute rounds again. They seem to go so fast. They go even faster when it's a fight like that, and you've got both fighters absolutely going for it, Raven.
Yeah, really, really good to see. Really good as well that Liv's getting pushed. You know, it's her second professional fight, and I feel like with the women, this is what you get. You find the journey women that are brought in to help build that experience do come and give it a bit more of a go.
Yeah, we're starting to see, I guess you can call them journey women, as you said there. We're starting to see records like she's in her 70th fight. That's only just starting to happen. Yeah. That hasn't always been there, Raven.
Yeah. Exactly, and you know, she's not won a lot of them, but she's only been stopped 5 times.
Yeah.
So that just goes to show she knows how to get around the ring. She knows how to make sure she's avoiding those big shots.
10 seconds, corners.
It's been a really good fight, and I thought this fight was, as we get into the next round, is that you want more. You kind of wish that it was three minute rounds. Is that good?
Well, she's taken plenty of good fighters the distance. Nicola Bark, the S-Jam and Queensbury signing. Also went 4 rounds with Terry Harper, 6 rounds with Rachel Ball.
Libazuska just, you know, letting her hands go a little bit there, found herself in a little position. Could see she didn't really have a lot on those shots, wasn't really able to sit on them, but good that she can throw back with an opponent like Liv as well, and you know, it's only going to make Liv a better boxer for it too, fighting someone who knows their way around this ring at this moment in her career, and she's putting on a really good display.
Well, she certainly is. Hussey written on her back there. Fantastic fight to watch so far.
Yeah, I'm really enjoying this one. Both fighters really just coming to the centre of the ring and letting their punches go. It's really good to see. Really enjoyable fight.
Two lovely right hands.
Yeah, land that right hand, but take that step back. I'd like to send that step forward, maybe.
Well, she just lost her way there for a moment, Libazuska. I think it was more of a balance thing, but it certainly got the attention of the crowd.
Sort of swung through and missed with a big shot there and fell through with it, but
to
Liv's advantage. Yeah. Liv's really starting to find those openings now this round as well.
She's turning the screw, and you could just see Libazuska just towards the end there starting to feel a little bit more uncomfortable. She trudges back to her corner. 6 rounds, 6 2-minute rounds, And I'll tell you, that has absolutely flown by so far, obviously because it's 2-minute rounds, but when they're fighting like that, it goes very, very quickly. And that's probably the best round from Liv Hussey so far,
yeah,
Raven.
For sure. She stepped on the gas that little bit more than she had been and really put her work together nice, and like I said, was finding those openings and landing with that double jab backhand as well, which was pushing her opponent to the ropes.
Yeah, some good shots in there. She hurt her opponent there as well. She's really, really coming forward, and that's by far the strongest round for me. And looks like she's getting stronger and stronger as the fight goes on.
Yeah, she absolutely is.
10 seconds, corners.
What is the kind of immediate plan? Are you looking to be fast-tracked? Are you looking to be on the big shows? She just wants to, right now, get her experience points, get her confidence. Fights like this will do that.
Yeah, exactly. You know, like I said, after GB, she had quite a bit of time out the ring and decided to come back to boxing. And those 2 years, you know, when you've not been doing it, you need to still learn and progress, and you can't rush that.
Well, during that time out of the ring, she actually became a fully qualified electrician. So she's got a trade as well. If the lights go off tonight, she'll be able to sort us out. But I'm sure she'll be looking to turn off the lights of Liverpool.
It's really important to have something like that behind you as well, because boxing also is a short career and anything can happen. And,
it's smart.
Very smart, very smart.
Really good stuff. She's pushing her back, forcing her back now, which is good to see. I'm liking this.
I just feel like she needs a nickname, and with the fully qualified electrician tag, I feel like Liv Livewire Hussey. It just feels right, Raven.
I feel like they might be stealing that after this fight, Deb.
I think they will
that's
too.
A good one, you know. I feel like with Liv's fight as well, they're always going to be very lively because of her style of fighting.
Oh, absolutely. I'm not sure she will have a dull night in her entire career. If she keeps this brilliant fan base that she's got with her, and that's only going to grow and grow. She's clearly got the Smith brothers on side. That's an inbuilt fan base. Those guys pushing her. She fights like this, I think she's got a big future.
And what's great is that it's her second fight. There's still so much to work on and improve and progress on moving forward, and that's really exciting as well, having those opportunities to get even better. You know, there's still, I'd like to see her sit on those shots more. You know, in the pros it's about hitting hard and hurting the opponent, and that's one thing that I feel like I'd love to see.
Yeah, I'm sure as she gets more fights under her belt, I'm sure she's going to see improvement. I'm sure she wants to stay active after this as well, but that's an important key thing, is to stay active, and I'm sure she'll showcase her skills in more future fights.
Well, she has skills aplenty. Former Team GB, two-time national champion, Tri-Nations champion. I mean, she's won an awful lot. Gold medal at the European Championships. She's a high caliber amateur. Fight number 2 now in her professional career. Stephen Smith giving the instructions in the corner.
Seconds out for the 6th and final round.
The final round here, live on Box Nation. Liv Hussey from St Helens, brilliant amateur. She's been involved in a fantastic fight here tonight on Box Nation. It's what these old shows on Box Nation's all about. 2 fighters standing toe to toe and really giving it some.
Yeah, definitely. Liv's shown her skill set tonight, shown what she's got, and has impressed. Lovely slip counter there from Liv.
And that's the pedigree, that's the skills, that's what she's got that a lot of other fighters around this weight won't necessarily have.
No, exactly. And I can't wait to see that journey progress and to see her cause a problem for those welterweights. I also think the better the opponent she has, the better Liv will perform.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, look, this is only fight number 2 for the 24-year-old. I think there's going to be plenty of great performances down the line. Should have learnt a lot from this 6 rounds as well. They'll go away, they'll have a look at it. I don't think she's lost a round, Raven.
No, absolutely not. You know, she's controlled the ring well. She's dominated. She's come forward. Yeah, it's been a great display.
Yeah, I think as each round has gone on, she's gotten stronger and stronger throughout this fight, and then she's taken a step back, and when she's landing her shots as well, boxing very, very well, and I'm sure the future's bright for her. There's going to be some big fights she's going to learn from, which is good to see.
Well, 20 seconds to go here in the 6th and final round of Liv Hussey's second professional fight live on Box Nation. Nice flurry to end the round, to end the fight from Libazuska. But that will be win number 2 for Liv Hussey. Successful night. We'll get the official verdict, but feels a foregone conclusion looking back at some of these highlights here. Libazuska gave as good as she got, but the class and the pedigree of Liv Hussey really showed tonight.
Yeah, it really showed, you know, those slick counters, the pulls and counter, the slip and counter, the rolls, the coming forward behind the jab, the double jab right was working for her all night long. Yeah, great performance, but still, like I say, I still feel like there's a lot to see yet.
Yeah, I think there is more to see from her. The most important thing tonight is probably just getting her rounds in where you've not boxed for a while. Get the rounds in, learn from this fight, and move on. There's plenty more to see, 100%. I do think so.
And it's also just that transition from amateur to pro. This is only the second time she's boxed as a professional. It's different, isn't it, Raven?
Yeah, it is. It's very different. You know, obviously with the women's, it's a little bit a backward step as we're fighting 3 minutes and then you're fighting 2 minutes, but obviously over longer rounds. It's a completely different game, and you have to learn how to work it.
Well, she's learning how to work it. She learnt it very well in the amateurs. She worked it very well. Everything she won there as the referee brings them together. And let's head over to our MC, Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we please have a big round of applause for both of our boxers. After 6 rounds, we go to our referee mark license scorecard, which reads 60 points to 54 in favour of your winner, still undefeated, Olivia Hussey. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for Bojana Libazuska.
Well, it's 2 fights and 2 wins now for Liv Hussey, who continues to learn her trade. With her amateur pedigree and performances like tonight, it won't be long until we see her shining under even brighter lights. Stephen Smith one side, Paul Smith the other side. Good performance tonight, Raven.
Yeah, really good performance. Like I say, it's only the start, so a lot of exciting times to come, and women's boxing's only getting bigger, and I feel like Liv is going to be a handful for any of those ones in the welterweight.
I think she will as well. She'll be a handful. She'll be a live wire. And very shortly we're going to hear from Liv Hussey, who's joining Shannon Courtney. I do wonder if Shannon will put to her the great nickname that I came up with about her being Liv Livewire Hussey. Let's head over to Shannon Courtney.
Liv, great performance. You won every single round. Second fight, second win, and your second fight in your hometown. How'd you feel?
Yeah, I feel really good, you know. I can't thank my team enough. Obviously, I've not boxed since September, so a bit of ring rust. Probably could have done better in certain places, but I'm happy to be back out again.
Not many people know this, but you've had a very, very hard week. Is there anyone you want to dedicate this fight to?
Yeah, I lost my great nan and my uncle, so obviously that's dedicated to them. I've not really spoken much about it because obviously I've got to stick to my game and stuff, but it's been hard to take, and I'm just glad to get this done tonight.
Well, you've definitely done them proud. Well done, champ. Stephen, can I bring you in quickly? All right, so you won every single round. How did you feel? Happy with the performance?
Happy, good to have her back. Do you know what I mean? It's been a tough week, but it's been a long time out the ring for her. You turn pro, like we've done it ourselves, and you have your pro debut and life's amazing and then you're buzzing, and then it was like nothing for her since September, so it was a big deflation for her. It was like, you know, kicking a good type of thing, but she's back now, she's back in the gym, she's living properly, and she's showing improvements all the time, and she's only going to get better.
So what's your plans for her now? You obviously 2 fights, 2 wins. She's not lost a round yet. When do you want her to start stepping it up?
Listen, I just want momentum for her now. If she can get straight back out, hopefully she's got another fight in June. We can get back out, build a bit of momentum, and then you'll see the best of her when she's in the gym and she's fighting actively. Then you'll see the best of her.
So activity is key, yeah. Congratulations, guys. Well done tonight.
Thank you
well done,
very
guys.
Thank you.
Now joining us is Paul Smith, who's not only written his own boxing history, but now you're a part of Olivia's. And it's also your Box Nation debut, so welcome.
I made my debut on Box Nation many years ago.
No, this is the relaunch.
Very grateful to the old Box Nation for the opportunity, and it's happy to be here. But yeah, she's done really well. I'm involved, I manage her. She's a lovely kid, really nice girl. She can fight as well. She's progressing, she's learning more. She's joined up with my brother Stephen since January, and she's picking up on things, and we're going to see better performances from her in the future, and to add on to tonight.
You must be so proud right now.
Yeah, I am. She's, as I say, she's a lovely girl, you know, and it'd be very difficult for me to manage someone that I didn't have a relationship with, just like probably the managers that I had. I couldn't have been with them if I didn't have a relationship with them. You've got to sort of have that bond between the fighters, and I have with her. She's a good girl. She's a good fighter. She's done everything asked of her by my brother Stephen in the gym, and the reports that I hear from Stephen all the time is that she's improving all the time, so I can't complain.
What were you guys saying to her in the corner?
Just to be a little bit more urgent, you know, don't. She's been sparring with Rhiannon Dixon for their world title fight. She's been Rhiannon's main sparring partner. She's been doing really well in those spars and learning a lot and picking up a lot from Rhiannon, who's a good girl and a really good fighter and world champion now. But don't get in that sparring partner mentality. Let your shots go with a bit of spite. Hate her, you know, you've got to do it. It seems strange with female boxing saying that, but that's how it is. You know, you've got to hate your opponent as well as just beating them on points, and be a bit more spiteful in there, which is what we wanted from her tonight.
She really does look like a little superstar in there. What do you want next for her?
I just want to get her busy. She's been a little bit inactive. I need to get her busy. I need to get her on big shows. I'm very grateful to One Boxing Management tonight for the opportunity to show her. And I think after tonight, the ticket she sells, you can hear the noise out of her fans. You know, she's got a big following in St Helens, Liverpool, a bit of Manchester. And she's a credit to her family and her friends. But she's been a pleasure to manage her, and I'm sure my brother will say the same in the gym.
And how important is it to have these small hall shows in your hometown to get this support as well? The support has been incredible for
It's
her.
been great, and she won't be happy with you saying that, because she's actually St Helens and this is Liverpool, but it's close to her hometown, as you say. So these are the lifeblood of boxing, these small hall shows. You need these type of shows. You'll see some future stars on these shows without realising them. They'll get poached and picked up by the bigger promoters and then put on the bigger shows. But you start out, you learn the craft here. You know, my first fight was on the Ricky Hatton undercard. My second fight was in a leisure centre like this in Widnes. So we all do it. Everyone does it. There's certainly better fighters than me that have done it. Ricky Hatton used to do it himself. These are essential to boxing, these shows.
And Nando, what did you make of Liv's fight?
I thought it was great. I thought she took her time behind the jab, rolls, and obviously went for the body as well. How happy was you that obviously everyone wants to make a statement on Box Nation, but she got the rounds in? How important is that at this stage of her career?
The rounds are important. As I say, she's doing 8 rounds, 8 threes, 8 twos in the gym in sparring, and she's doing well and she's handling the pace, so we know she's got 8 in her. It's obviously, you still have to tick that off as a mental sort of yardstick in the pro career. Just because you've done 8 in the gym doesn't mean you're going to do 8 in a ring. So she's done 6 tonight. I think we'll have 1 or 2 more a day, and then we'll step it up to 8. But the next one she could probably do 8. She's fit enough to do it. Obviously the opponents will get better the more she progresses down the line, but I'm happy with her performance tonight. I want to see more from her in the future as a coach, but we believe she's got it.
Yeah. How proud was you as well that it's a big occasion? Sometimes they'll get to a fight or coming in her hometown, crowd, Box Nation. How proud of you that didn't affect her at all? She went in there, game plan, done.
She did. She stuck to it most of the time. I think she had the 5th round off, and she got kicked off in the corner by Stephen over that. But apart from that, everything else we were happy with. She can be better than that. She will be. She's improving, but it was an improvement on the first fight. As long as the next fight's an improvement on that, then that's what we want. We want to just see a steady progression, and the more active she is, the better she's going to become. Female boxing, they move fast. you know, she could be fighting for titles in 3 fights.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's how it is. They move pretty quick.
Definitely. Big future ahead. Thank you so much.
Thank
We're going
you.
to throw it over to Shannon Courtney, who is with Sonny Warren.
Sonny, we just saw a great performance from Liv. Up next, we have got James Heneghan, who you manage. So tell me a little bit about James. Obviously, he's got, is it an 8-rounder tonight, and then you're looking to step him up?
Oh yeah, James is out tonight. It's been a bit of a stop-start career for James Heneghan, really. I mean, we had him handed for Dan Catlin in the Manchester show, the Magnificent Seven on Queensberry, but unfortunately he suffered a broken hand. So he's been out the ring for a while. We're looking to get him back in, looking to get him busy now. After this one, we're going to hunt him for titles. There's a few names on James's hit list. I'm going to go straight out there and get him a title.
Obviously, I'm in the gym with James. I know how good he is. They're talking about the names of Heaney and Brad Paul, and I think James Heneghan get through tonight. You're looking at Heaney, you're looking at Brad Paul. Would you be happy to put him in there next to them?
Listen, James is an absolute masterclass in the ring. He's got the first rule of boxing down to a T, which is hit and don't get hit. He moves around the ring very well. I'd put him in with all these people. James is looking for titles. He's got a title, hopefully a title fight up next. Grab a belt and let's go and make them fights. We're excited to do them. Hopefully they're excited to do them. It's great fights out there for him, but now we just got to get him in the rhythm, get him back there, and just make sure that he stays active, he stays positive, and he grabs the titles as he goes along.
Well, obviously now you've got the Box Nation back up and running, James can be active. How important is Box Nation for these prospects coming through?
I mean, have a look at tonight. You've had everything tonight. I mean, I've only seen a couple of them, but you've had upsets, you've had knockouts, you've had great fights. The atmosphere's been brilliant. This is what these up-and-comers need. They need the exposure. They need people like the big promoters looking at them. Hopefully they get onto the shows, and Box Nation's a great step for them. This is what we're trying to provide for them, and this is where we're going to go with it.
Well, we've got James coming up next. Thank you for joining us, Sonny, and I'm going to head back to the studio. Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Shannon and Sonny. Now, next up, we have the highly anticipated James Heneghan. What do you know about him, Nando?
Well, they call him the Wizards, and he's very technical, very skillful. As I said earlier before the show, that he's coming back from a serious hand injury after 10 months. He was meant to fight for a Central Area title on the Magnificent Seven. He's coming back now, and he's called out the British champion, but we don't know which division. He told me off camera, super welterweight, middleweight, super middleweight. Give me anyone.
Where do you see him sitting? What weight?
Do you know what? I started watching James from his debut at middleweight. This is the first time I'm going to see him at super middleweight, so I'm curious to see with that extra weight if he carries that extra power. I like to see him go back to middleweight because I like to see him in Nathan Heaney.
Good fight that. Let's not wait any longer. MC Bobby Blundell, take it away.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now ready to get going with our next contest of the evening, where we have 6 rounds of action in the middleweight division. Please welcome our first boxer, making their way to the red corner from Mykolo, Poland, Lucas Barabas.
Well, here comes Lucas Barabas, fight number 15 for the 35-year-old Polish hard man. I just walked past him backstage. He looked at me, he looked down, he looked up again, and then he looked right through me, just like he's looking through the camera right now and the viewers at home. This is a tough man from Poland. This is actually his 3rd fight on a Queensberry Promotions show. He's taken on Sean Noakes, young Jimmy Smith from Derbyshire, and both of them knew they had been in a fight. After that fight, Sean Noakes actually broke his hand on Lucas Barabas' head. Tough man.
Yeah, very tough. Like I say, he's never been stopped in his fight, so it'll be a good little test here for James Heneghan. See what he's got. Yeah, very interesting. Like I say, these journeymen are meant to bring that challenge. See what you've got, see if you can step up through those ranks, through those stages. Can you go up the gears, up the levels?
Well, I think we're about to up the sound levels as James Heneghan is about to get introduced here by Bobby Blundell.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent, making his way to the blue corner from Liverpool, James Heneghan.
Well, here comes James Heneghan, fight number 11. 25-year-old Merseyside middleweight. He was an amateur standout, trained by John Gilly, who you can see there. And he's signed with Queensbury Promotions. They call him the Wizard. Let's see if he can cast a spell over Luca Barabas here tonight, live on Box Nation. Unbeaten so far. 10-0, fight number 11. Let's head over to Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live on Box Nation with Warren Boxing Management in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing, sponsored by Gold Star and Trade Centre UK, proudly presents 6 rounds of boxing in the middleweight division. Our timekeeper at the bell for this contest is Mr. Phil Morris, MBE, and our referee in charge scoring the action is Jamie Kirkpatrick. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our officials. It is now time to introduce our boxers. Introducing first and boxing out of the red corner. Wearing black shorts on the scales, he weighed in 11 stone, 10 pounds and 4 ounces. This evening taking part in his 15th contest as a professional. From Mykolo, Poland, Lucas Barabas. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome his opponent facing him across the ring and boxing out of the blue corner. Wearing the white shorts with blue and pink. On the scales, he weighed in at 11 stone and 6 pounds. He comes to the ring with a perfect professional record. 10 wins from 10 contests, with 1 win by way of knockout from Liverpool, James Heneghan.
Well, the referee brings them together, and I'll tell you what, Lucas Barabas has a look in his eye which says, I'm here to upset each and every one of you, particularly you, James Heneghan. The way he carried himself in the ring walk as he was being introduced, there's a certain menace about him. We've already seen one upset tonight. James Heneghan will be hoping that we don't see another decorated amateur, a real amateur standout, unbeaten so far as a pro. This sort of style should bring out the best in him. Someone coming forward. And let's see, Lucas Barabas come with plenty of ambition.
Yeah, just see Barabas sort of lunge in there with a right and just clipping James, but not causing many issues. And James quickly got back into his flow and...
Yeah, very fast start. Barabas coming out, trying to land a big shot. James looks very, very comfortable so far. Springy on, bouncing around, making his opponent move around the ring.
Very skilled southpaw, James Heneghan. Shannon Courtney, of course, part of the broadcast team here tonight. It's close to James Heneghan. Big fan, just filming his announcement there from ringside. Just pouring with that jab.
Yeah, really nice feet from James, isn't he? Just in and out of range.
Barabas is lunging in a bit fit there, really getting caught a few times.
Well, he's going to get made to pay if he does lunge in against James Heneghan. Heneghan likes this kind of style, likes aggression coming towards him, says that brings out the best in him.
Yeah, I can see that slickness coming from James. You know, as soon as someone comes forward, that's it, he's stepping back or slipping back just out of range and then coming straight through with that counter.
Well, Barabas will be tough, he will be rugged, he will be ambitious. When he fought Jimmy Smith Jr. in Telford, really gave him Very hard night in there. Jimmy Smith won the fight, but absolutely knew he had been in a fight quite early in his career as well. A tough, Polish, hard man.
Yeah, you can really just see that menace in Barabas, can't you? Nothing's really phasing him, but James really coping with it very well. You know, staying composed, not getting drawn into anything, not making any sort of slip-ups at the moment. Just nice punching and moving.
Very good feet, very good feet. Barabas looks like he wants to land one to take one, and then keeps coming forward, lunging. James is just moving around very nice, just turning them around each time.
Yeah, and I'm liking those little twitches there from James. Just makes you never sure if they're going to be throwing the punch or not.
And he really made him miss there, and Barabas just kind of smirks. He knows that that's going to be one for the replays, and he knows it's a replay he's not going to look particularly good in.
Yeah, really good at that. You know, that typical southpaw pivot out to their right with the check hook. But he does it with a bit more slickness to him, you know, moving that head as well out the way. It is looking good so far. Not rushing his work, not being too eager, not making any mistakes really at the moment. Yeah, getting clipped with something every now and then, but Barabas is lunging in and throwing wild shots. Something might just clip you on the way through, but yeah, looking composed and look, like you say, standing up already.
There's 10 seconds.
He's had a little bit of time outside of the ring, nursing an injury. Of course, he was scheduled, James Heneghan, to fight Dan Catlin for the area title. Had to withdraw from that fight with injury. Fancies Nathan Heaney. Wants a shot at the British title. He's got Lucas Barabas to contend with tonight.
Yeah, really stepping up a bit more for a nice sort of looping left uppercuts there as Barabas is coming in, and another one. Really working the body well this round.
Just got to be careful he doesn't get caught in one of those lunges from Barabas.
Yeah, he's evading them pretty well so far, getting his head off that line, getting it around there, you know.
Very good. Very good stuff so far. Barabas is coming forward, lunging, overhand rights. He's making a miss each time.
Clearly from a good gym with John Gilly. Of course, John Gilly, once upon a time, trained David Price. It looks like he's got a tremendous fighter here in James Heneghan. They call him the Wizard. There have been a few little magic tricks here and there where he's just made Lucas Barabas look a little bit silly in there.
Yeah, really nice slickness, moving his head. Like I say, rolling those shots really well.
Barabas will be live throughout the 6 rounds though. He won't go anywhere. He's clearly a tough man, in shape, always answers the phone, always takes the fights and always comes to fight.
Another really good uppercut in there. Really see that just starting to slide its way through that guard of Barabas.
Yeah, it just looks like he's starting to enjoy himself a little bit now, James Heneghan. Well, speaking to James Heneghan yesterday, of course he's campaigning at middleweight. He actually said he's finding making the weight very easy, and he could probably see a future down at super welterweight for the right opportunity. He would be huge at super welterweight as he lands a lovely uppercut with Barabas coming in.
Yeah, it's always nice as a fighter when, you know, you're finding that weight cut comfortable. Makes you feel good when you're in the ring, you know, you're not having to do any drastic weight cuts and draining yourself.
Lovely shot there from James Heneghan. And again there.
Really see him starting to sit on those shots now as well. You can like hear the difference in sound between the first half of that round to then that little flurry of few punches there in those last 30 seconds.
And just the body language as well. I mean, Barabas started this fight snarling at James Heneghan. At the end of that second round, he wasn't snarling and James Heneghan was smiling.
Enjoying himself in there. As the fight goes on, he really is. And Barabas is looking frustrated in there because he's not been able to fight the way he wants to fight.
Yeah, Barabas is just trying to rough James Heneghan up a little bit there, lunging in and trying to get on the inside, but James has been very slick and just been able to get his feet out and counter very well.
Yeah, he's been very good. There's been nice moments in those replays as well where you can see his class. Barabas doesn't look to have that same look in his eye that he had at the very start of the fight.
Round 3.
Straight in there from the bell, working that right hook.
Well, it was the right hand that was injured that forced him to withdraw from that Dan Catlin fight. It would have been for the Central Area title. Heartbreakingly had to pull out. It was on one of Frank Warren's Magnificent 7 shows. But he says the right hand is back, and in fact it's back and better than ever. He's looked good tonight on the jab.
Yeah, looked very good tonight. Looked very, very sharp, very quick, but also very strong, you know. And I kind of wasn't expecting that, looking at Barabas on the way in. I thought he might struggle with his coming forward and just throwing those tippy-tappy shots on the way out and working it that way. But yeah, he's landing some nice heavy-sounding shots tonight.
Yeah, he's constantly got Barabas turning, just frustrating him, and he's not be able to land his shot that he's been trying to do most of the night. And he just boxes very well, and he's just basically, as he's going through the rounds, he's just getting stronger and stronger, and just comfortable in there.
Looking very comfortable indeed. Third round here. James Heneghan, fight number 11 for the Wirral Wizard.
Little cut there over the left eye of Barabas by the looks of it.
James Heneghan just landed an additional shot in the clinch there on that eye. And the lunges are becoming wilder and from further out from Barabas.
Which James is really taking advantage of.
Yeah. Lovely jab as well there. That right hand really has come back.
Yeah.
Very strong. He's only got the one stoppage on his ledger so far, James Heneghan. I'm not sure he'll get it tonight against someone who's never been stopped in Lucas Barabas, but he has looked fantastic. He's looked the part, just had to take one there. Needs to stay switched on. Barabas will be live throughout the 6 rounds. Lovely right hand.
Nice movement. And like I say, just always that kind of moving away, then circling himself right back into that centre of the ring, taking control again.
Barabas did get closer a couple of times there. He does just need to get that distance back, Heneghan. He's had it pretty much all his own way so far, but just a little shot after the bell there as well from James
Heneghan. A
Heneghan.
little bit after the bell that time, that one.
We can have a look at where that cut actually came from on Lucas Barabas.
Just a little nick by the looks of it.
Looked like it may have been looks like it was a glancing right hand there that did the job. Here it is again.
Yeah,
it's almost
right
like a
hook just caught him there.
It's the right hook. It seemed almost like an innocuous kind of punch.
Yeah.
But it's opened up that cut. That was fantastic work, by the way, from our producer, Ross Thompson-Jenkins, who found the punch that caused the cut and fed it to us. Fantastic.
Seconds out. Round 4.
Fourth round here in the 11th fight of James Heneghan taking on Polish hard man Lucas Barabas. A hard man with a hard head. Sean Noakes, another Queensbury prospect down at welterweight, went the distance with Barabas, broke his hand on his head. I asked Sean what was it like to fight this guy, and he just said, Dev, he's got a hard old head. But that head has been caught a few times tonight from the Wizard.
It has indeed. That right jab, right hook of Heneghan has been his weapon tonight, definitely. And you see him now there just working the body with it nicely as well. And that left uppercut right through the centre has been nice too. I'm enjoying watching this fight. It's nice show of skill, movement, and nice slickness. I like that.
It has been slick, but Barabas just within this round has started maybe getting a tad rougher in there. In these exchanges, you can see him holding the head down as well. There was a punch landed after the referee had told them to break. If he starts getting desperate, he might do something silly in there.
Yeah, he is getting a bit desperate in there. He's holding and a few little digs as well. I just think James is comfortable in there, and he just keeps frustrating him by just manoeuvring him around the ring. And I think if he can do that for another 2 rounds, it's a comfortable night.
Well, he's a proud man. He's a hard man. He's not going to like some of the action that's unfolded tonight and the positions that he's found himself in the ring. And he's just landed a left hook there that Heneghan had to eat.
Yeah, I was just about to say, you know, Barabas is having to put that pressure on, because at range, that's where Heneghan wants to be. That's where he's comfortable. That's where it's working really well for him. So Barabas really does need to get in and just try and rough him up. But every time he does, Heneghan just seems to find a way to spin him out of it.
Yeah, lovely work there from James Heneghan. That's the left hand go. Barabas nonchalantly drops his hands.
James is keeping the distance now. Just trying to keep him at arm's length, which he was doing in the first couple of rounds, which is good.
Well, 30 seconds to go here in the 4th round. James Heneghan has pretty much had it all his own way as the referee just brings them together. I think that's for some of the antics from Barabas, and
yeah, just getting told off there, like putting his head down. You know, you've got to keep it above that waistline.
Lovely jab. Just keeping him moving, isn't he?
Yeah. Just that lovely control. Every time he comes forward, he manages to spin him off either to his left or his right.
He's enjoying himself in there. Big smile on his face. Keeps his opponent, keeps spinning. He's enjoying himself.
Barabas again just going low, kind of wading in. And Heneghan's just having a word with the referee saying, what's going on here? You've given me a warning. You've given him a warning. He's still doing it.
Yeah, I think Barabas there is just having to just throw the kitchen sink now, really, because he's getting picked off at range. He's getting spun off up centre, up close. So, yeah, there's not a lot that he can really do. So he's just trying to throw wild shots and move in with his head, really, by the looks of things.
He had a couple of moments in that last round, as we saw in the replays there. He did land a left hand that got through, getting closer. A few roughhouse tactics in there, just trying to rough up James Heneghan.
Order, Chan. Set it out. Round 5.
5th round, and Barabas just a little slower to get up off his stool there. He may well choose to throw the kitchen sink in this round. There's something about the way he came out and that first punch that he threw.
Yeah, definitely.
I think he's maybe feeling the pace of this fight now. From that chance he came out the ring, that came outside the corner. Like he's feeling the pace of the fight.
It's interesting to see, obviously, James Heneghan's fitness here, 'cause he's doing a lot of movement with his legs and his body. You know, that takes your toll as well. So he's looking good. He's still got that sharpness there. He's still moving in and out very well. So he must have very good fitness.
A few little shoulder bars from Barabas there to the chin of Heneghan.
Yeah, it's the roughhouse tactics.
Yeah.
He can be crude in there, doesn't always play by the rules, and every time he has a fight with a prospect, they know they've been in a fight.
Yeah, it's definitely making Heneghan here have to work for every little bit. You know, he's like a bull in a china shop at the moment, just steaming forwards, trying to land those big shots.
Lovely counter to the body there as well. Just put a bit of weight into that left hand.
I'd like to see James just get behind a jab a bit more now, as Barabas is kind of closing the ring down.
Just a little warning there as well from the referee to Lucas Barabas for use of the head. Lovely left hand round the corner there. Barabas didn't even see it coming. He was looking the other way.
Yeah, you can really see Barabas just trying to walk forwards.
It's a good test though for James Heneghan. This is one of those man versus boy type tests. James Heneghan only a young fighter, 25 years old. Lucas Barabas, very seasoned veteran pro now. Got all of his man strength and plenty more. Good test.
Yeah, definitely, especially if you know he's wanting to fight Heaney next. These are the kind of tough fights you need. Heaney's very experienced, British title holder. Been in there with some big names as well, and in some fights where people didn't think he was going to win. So, yeah, James Heneghan's going to appreciate nights like this when you step up in caliber and start fighting belt holders.
Absolutely. Well, I think if he can get hold of that area title soon, that'll head him in the right way. Nathan Heaney, of course, the British champion, operating at a higher level right now. Brilliant win that he had over Denzel Bentley. Of course, Denzel Bentley fighting next week against Danny Dignam. It's a terrific middleweight scene in the country right now. And James Heneghan, good performance from him tonight, and it won't be long until we do start fully mentioning the wizard from Wirral in with those names. 25 years old, unbeaten, looking the part.
Yeah, definitely. And like I say, you need to get those fights under your belt, these tough nights under your belt, if you want to start going up there and moving up through the ranks. This will be invaluable for him right now.
Yeah, you can take a lot from this fight tonight. It's a learning fight. Like you said, if he's going to get in there, the likes of Heaney, the likes of Denzel Bentley, he's going to need nights like this. So yeah, this is a good learning curve.
Take it out for the sixth and the final round.
Well, sixth and final round here. James Heneghan, Lucas Barabas. Lovely uppercut there.
Combination flow there from James.
Another warning here for Lucas Barabas.
I think this is the final warning as well.
I think it could be too. I'm pretty sure in all the fights that I've seen of his so far, just the two against the Queensbury Fighters, the referee has given this man warnings. Lovely uppercut there. There's a bit of a warning from James Heneghan himself there. Come this close, you're going to be made to pay.
Yeah, 100%. Like I say, James has had to work for it tonight, but he's looked very good at the same time. You know, it's exactly what he's needed. A fight that he's had to work for the win, but clearly come out on top, I'd say.
Yeah, fantastic work there, Jermaine.
Yeah, some good work there. He's not allowing himself to get bullied in this fight, which is really impressive. You said with men against boys earlier, he's shown that he's not going to get bullied tonight, and that's what I like. That's what I'm being impressed with so far.
Absolutely, that a lesser man maybe would have been terrified at his ring walk. That lesser man was probably me. I mean, the way he was looking right down the screen, Lucas Barabas has got that bad man energy.
And this is why you stay on the mic.
Correct. Good performance from James Heneghan. Minute and a half left here in the sixth and final round.
Lovely little right hook there, landing on the chin of Barabas.
It's like a whipping right hook, wasn't it? Fantastic stuff.
Again, Barabas just kind of comes in with his head in there, doesn't he? So
it's the bull and the matador, isn't it?
it's nice to see Heneghan still got that slick movement, avoiding those shots, you know, that are coming just from nowhere. Saying that, he gets caught there with a little sneaky left hook coming through and gives back his own left hook there too.
Commentators curse their Raven. Stop talking. Stop talking.
You're going to take a point, maybe?
Another one. That's going to be a point now.
Yeah, that was a naughty one, that was.
Well, the crowd are booing him. I think rightly so. He's done just about everything that you can do to break the rules tonight. James Heneghan won every round, very much within the rules. It's that whipping right hook on the entry there. If he lands with that properly,
and that back foot as well, that was quite nice. But yeah, put a little bit of pressure on the foot and whip it in strong. That
nice left hand there.
Yeah, nice work there from Heneghan.
It's been a very mature performance. Actually, probably the most mature performance I've seen from him so far in his career.
Definitely, for only 10 fights, very much showing his capabilities.
Barabas is throwing the kitchen sink.
Literally.
I wouldn't be surprised. Look at it. Yeah. Brilliant from James Heneghan. Slipped all of those. And it's actually Lucas Barabas who knows he's been in a fight tonight. They do embrace in the corner. Here's some action from tonight, from this fight. Look at this.
Lovely control of the ring. Just not like Jermaine said, not allowing himself to get bullied by Barabas, just coming forward, that pressure, that bull pressure, and moving off lovely and making him pay for it as well.
Yeah, he dealt with it well.
Yeah, he did. It's some good stuff in there. Frustrated Barabas a lot throughout that fight, and they looked very slick doing it as well.
Well, the Wizard looked the part. Barabas just having his glove taken off. Very shortly we'll head over to Bobby Blundell for the score. I think we can pretty much assume that it feels like he won every round. I mean, he was made to work, but Heneghan feels like he won every round, Raven.
Yeah, he was definitely made to work for it, but I think definitely come through with every round in my scores.
Good learning fight for James Heneghan. Good experience. And a good way.
Should be happy with that performance.
He will be happy. He should be happy. John Gilly should be happy. And they should be happy also with the right hand. We think that he's won every round. Let's find out officially from Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, could we please have a big round of applause for both of our boxers? After 6 rounds, we go to our referee, Jamie Kirkpatrick's scorecard, which reads 60 points to 53 in favour of your winner, still undefeated, James Heneghan.
Well, there
Ladies
it
and
is.
gentlemen, please, a big round of applause for Lucas Barabas.
Well, there it is. He did indeed win every round, including a 10-8 round. Of course, Lucas Barabas had a point docked for foul play, but that is win number 11 for this wizard of the Wirral, who will now be surely charging towards titles. He's managed by Warren Boxing Management. You can see Sonny Warren in the ring, Robert Warren, Freddie there as well. They think they've got something special here in the middleweight division. Let's see how quickly he can actually move up through the levels. That was terrific tonight. It was a mature performance. He moves to 11-0. He should have boxed for an area title already, had to withdraw with an injury. I can't imagine it will be very long until he's scheduled for an area title fight again. We're going to hear from him now. She's just joined Shannon Courtney.
James, fantastic performance. She didn't lose one round, and he was, let's have it straight, a dirty fighter. How'd you feel in there?
You know, I'm always self-critical, and even though he's a dirty fighter, I feel like the stuff I work on in the gym, you see it every day. We work on how to nullify that, and I didn't do that, so not too happy with my performance, but I'm back after 10 months out after hand surgery, so hopefully get back into a big fight soon and possibly the weight below.
He's never been stopped before, and Sean Oakes actually said that he had a rock hard head. How was your hand? Obviously, that was your injury. You've just gone 6 rounds. And how is your hand now? Yeah, Sean Oakes ain't lying. He's got a head like a sledgehammer. But I had a few headbutts today. It's a lot more than any punch you've ever had. But listen, I'm happy. I'm happy to be back in there. And even though it weren't an exciting fight to be in, it was a win in 6 rounds. I train next to you every day. I know how good you are. People haven't seen even a glimpse of how good you are. We know what you want next. I think you're ready for Nathan Heaney. Is that the fight that you want next? Yeah, of course. Listen, it's a fight I've been asking for a while. I don't really like calling people out. I'm not a social media type of person. So, if the office want to make that fight, all they need to do is ring me. But whatever he does and whatever way he decides to go, he's done well for himself. I just want to be in big fights like that. I'm going to bring John in now. John, come over here. Come here. We know how good he is. We see him every single day. Would you be happy to put him in with Nathan Heaney next? Yeah, we need a proper fight, don't we, James? These opponents that are coming, throwing the head in and the scrap, you're not really getting much off them, are you? So we want a proper fight. So well done on a good win tonight, guys. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you, Shannon. Now I am here with boxing royalty, Adam Smith. Adam, how are you?
I'm very good, thank you. Very good. Lovely to be here.
Yeah, you enjoying your night so far?
Absolutely. Box Nation's back. We're in Liverpool. Good little atmosphere. Some nice fights so far, and very, very excited about seeing Hannah Rankin, who we're working with at Sunday Sports, and we're really hopeful she can get back and onto winning ways tonight and aim for that world title again.
Did you ever think you'd be making your debut on Box Nation?
I think so. It's funny, isn't it? I was at Sky for many, many years. Loved it. I think he cut me in half when I believe Sky Sports. But I'm in a different role now. I had a tough battle with cancer last year, and I decided to try different things. A bit of sports management, a little bit of promoting with WBM Sports as well. So I enjoyed that.
Yeah, well, you've always been very good at those two things.
Well, I'm trying. I mean, it's the broadcasting really over the years, but running the boxing and working with Frank sort of back in the day, and then obviously Eddie and Ben, and it's been quite a journey. It's nice to be sort of the other side a little bit now and helping the athletes. I really want to give something back. I love fighters, and that's why we're here, right? They're the epicenter of the sport, and I just want to give back a little bit to them.
And are you excited to be back in small hall scenes?
Yeah, very much so, very much. It's fantastic. I love every show. It doesn't matter how many people are here. The fighters still have big ambitions and stepping stones, obviously, off the small hall. The sort of younger generation coming through. Really excited to see the beginning of their journeys and see how far they can go in the sport.
You witness Box Nation have so many great British title fights and world title fights. How excited are you now that Box Nation is concentrating on small hall as well, and then move on to eventually those British titles and world titles?
It's fantastic, absolutely brilliant. I think a lot of the youngsters can learn their trade, and maybe under the smaller lights, but still with exposure and a chance to impress. But fighters they're difficult, right? They've got to learn their trade, and sometimes it's better, in the leisure centres rather than the big arenas, and then into the stadium shows. It's a journey. It's a marathon. It's not a sprint. Martin Powers over there, very, very good fighter back in the day, and he was saying the career's over so short, but you've got to try and do it properly in the traditional way. And I think if you start the small hall build up, get that fan base, and you can roll. Ricky Hatton started. Frank will tell you, Ricky Hatton started on the very, very small hall shows, and he built up. Manchester Arena became his home, then he took 40,000 out of Vegas, then he was fighting at the Etihad, and the rest is history, a British boxing legend. So it's great for these guys and girls, and they've got Box Nation behind them, and it's very exciting times, and welcome back.
It's great to have you here. Now let's have a little look forward to our next event. How long have you known Hannah Rankin for now?
Oh wow, a long time. She's brilliant, Hannah. well, I think what I love about her so much is that she's done so much, and that's not just in the ring. She's a fantastic cellist, a classical musician. She grew up on a farm in West Scotland, and so she's a farmer, she's a musician, and she's a fighter. And she's got that resilience and that spirit. I think in only her 4 fights, she went in with Clarissa Shields. She fought Savannah Marshall, she fought Terry Harper, she's won a world title. She's lost a few, but what I love about Hannah is that she's steely, she's determined, she's strong, and she keeps coming back. I think she's brilliant. She's a great advert for women's boxing and boxing in general. She's a great talker, very good commentator. She's going to be commentating on the Olympics. She's very popular as well amongst all the female fighters, very close to Chantel Cameron. I saw Tasha Jonas earlier. They know each other very well, and Raven Chapman here tonight. They're all very close bunch, and they really respect Hannah.
Are you expecting Hannah to get the stoppage tonight?
Well, that's the question. Naomi Mannes went the distance for Lauren Price, also Kirsty Babington. So, but up at super welterweight, I mean, Hannah looks big today. She's refueled well, she's rehydrated. She said to me earlier, just a half an hour ago, she feels really strong. And it's a small ring behind her, so I expect her to be aggressive and try and take Naomi into the corners. And yeah, I think she might get the stoppage, maybe mid to late rounds.
Adam, lovely to see you. Let's take it away with our main event, Hannah Rankin and Naomi Mannes. Take it away, MC Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is now time for our main event of the evening. 8 rounds of boxing for the WBA Continental Super Welterweight Championship. Please welcome our first challenger, making her way to the red corner. From Frankfurt, Germany, Naomi Mannes.
Well, fight number 10 for the former European title challenger Naomi Mannes. She's got a look about her. There is a sternness. When her and Hannah Rankin came face to face at the weigh-in, there was a real intensity. They had to just be brought apart. She's come here tonight with plenty of ambition, only beaten twice in very good company. Lost to Kirsty Babington for the European title and lost to Lauren Price. And tonight, she provides the challenge to a returning Hannah Rankin.
And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome our second challenger, making her way to the blue corner from Glasgow, Scotland, the former IBO and WBA champion of the world, the classical warrior, Hannah Rankin.
Well, it is back to business for the classical warrior Hannah Rankin. Fight number 21 for the 33-year-old former 2-time world champion from Luss in Scotland. She's looking to bounce back from defeat, a heartbreaking defeat to Emma Kozin. Her dream is to become a world champion once again, a 3-time world champion, take those belts back to Scotland But the step in that journey is tonight live on Box Nation in the main event against Naomi Mannes.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are live on Box Nation with Warren Boxing Management in association with Trinity Entertainment Boxing and sponsored by Gold Star and the Trade Centre UK proudly presents our main event of the evening. 8 rounds of boxing for the vacant WBA Continental Super Welterweight Championship. This contest is sanctioned by the British Boxing Board of Control. Our area representative is Les Potts. Also by the World Boxing Association. Supervisor ringside, Jesper Jensen. Our 3 scoring judges ringside for this contest are Phil Edwards, Michael Alexander and Terry O'Connor. Our timekeeper at the bell is Chris O'Connor, and our referee in charge when the action begins, star referee Howard Foster. Ladies and gentlemen, that is our officials. It is now time to introduce our boxers. They are under the lights and ready to fight. Introducing our first challenger, boxing out of the red corner, wearing the yellow shorts with black trim. On the scale, she weighed in at 10 stone, 12 pounds and 5 ounces. She comes to the ring with a record of 6 wins, 2 losses and 1 draw. 4 big wins by way of knockout from Frankfurt, Germany, Naomi Mannes. And ladies and gentlemen, please welcome her opponent facing her across the ring and boxing out of the blue corner, wearing the white shorts with tartan trim. On the scale, she weighed 11 stone exactly. She comes to the ring with a record of 13 wins and 7 defeats. She has 3 big wins by way of knockout from Glasgow, Scotland. The former IBO and WBA Super Welterweight Champion of the world, the classical warrior, Hannah Rankin.
Well, you can see the flags of Scotland. Great ovation for Hannah Rankin. Time to get back to business, time to rebuild for her.
From the dressing room, but I expect to keep it clean break straight away when told. But if you watch heads in close, good luck to you both. Just gloves. Good luck.
Well, here we go, the main event of the evening, the first Fight Night Live back on Box Nation. Hannah Rankin and Naomi Mannes. 8 2-minute rounds, WBA Continental title on the line. Straight to it. There was fire at the weigh-in. The way they looked at each other, they had to be split apart.
Just smothering the work a little bit there on the ropes. Like to see Hannah take that little step back and then let her work go.
Just roughing her up as well, Hannah Rankin.
Yeah, both really mean in business now. They both look very up for this fight tonight.
Yeah, real fast start here from both fighters here, just going at it, which is good to see. Yeah, Hannah means business. She means business.
Well, Mannes just
really
put a couple together
fast
there. Fighting her way out of the exchanges.
Nice right hand there from Hannah. Hannah just needs to be careful not to get too reckless as she comes in, you know, coming over that front foot, and that's just where she's getting a little bit caught.
I think she's keen, isn't she? I think, look, she went through that heartbreaking loss against Emma Kozin. So much happened that week. Other fighters maybe wouldn't have gone ahead with the fight. She had so much going on, and now this is her chance to really show who she is, show that she still belongs at the top level in the super welterweight division, Raven.
Yeah, 100%. You can see it means a lot to her tonight. She's got that hunger in her belly. She's firing on all cylinders, isn't she? She wants to step a foot on the gas and just go for it tonight and leave everything in the ring. Already I can see that difference from this fight than the one with Emma Kozin, if I'm honest.
She had to take a couple there though, but there is clearly a fire that Hannah Rankin is bringing to the fight tonight. She's got a point to prove.
Good first round, very explosive. Both come in to win this.
Yeah, no, absolutely. Rankin was pushing Mannes up against the ropes a few times, landed a few good flurries. Mannes would fight back, land a few shots of her own as well. Very good action-packed opening first round and fitting for our main event on Box Nation.
Yeah, very exciting start. Like I say, Mannes catching Hannah with a few really nice shots in that round, just as Hannah did her. So a very close round, I'd say, hard one to score.
Well, Hannah Rankin is standing in the corner in between rounds, just getting some instructions from trainer Noel
10
Callum.
seconds, corners. Seconds out. Round 2.
You can see the Queensbury logo on Hannah Rankin's shorts. It was a nightmare Queensbury debut for her last time out. Didn't really go to plan, but chance to put those wrongs to right here tonight. It's Naomi Mannes, who was clearly coming for a real fight.
Yeah, Mannes there putting together a nice flurry combination, 1-2 left hook, and Hannah's now coming back, starting very fast again, both fighters.
Mannes just switching southpaw there as well. Of course, Emma Kozin was a southpaw and gave Hannah Rankin a few problems. That was the first time she fought a southpaw.
Yeah, another explosive round, start to the round on both fights again. Hannah coming forward and putting her against the ropes a bit. It was a really good start. Just worried that she don't get caught by something as she's coming in. That's the only thing I would be a bit worried about.
Yeah, she's coming in very aggressive on the front foot. Hannah believing herself a little bit open for the counter. Nice roll there. Didn't quite find the shot afterwards, but again back on the front foot with Mannes back on the ropes.
And that's where she can have that success, isn't it? She can bully her up against the ropes, it looks like.
Yeah, looking in the ring, Hannah looks like a slightly bigger sized boxer. She can use that size against to really drain the legs of her opponent. Though caught with a good 1-2 there from Mannes. She needs to be careful on those little shots sneaking through.
Yeah, there's been some crisp work from Mannes on the way in as Hannah Rankin is putting on the pressure.
Again, this is where Hannah wants to be, with Mannes on the ropes, being able to throw in, step back, throw again.
Another good round and a stern stare exchange between Naomi Mannes and Hannah Rankin.
Both fighters already putting their all into this fight. They both want to take them belts home with them. Like we say, must-win fight now for Hannah, and she's showing that heart and determination in that ring, but just leaving herself that bit open and getting caught on the counters where, you know, her opponent's on the ropes, but that's also where your opponent's the most dangerous.
I was like her to take a step back about when she throws that punches, so she doesn't fall onto something. Apart from that, I think she's boxing well, but I wanted to take a step back, just don't get caught on, because Mannes been boxing quite well on the back foot, and she's a bit dangerous as well.
10 seconds,
so just be a bit careful.
Seconds out. Round 3.
Well, Hannah Rankin was the first ever Scottish woman to win a world title. She's a 2-time world champion. Wants to become 3-time. Wants to take some belts back to Scotland.
Nice work behind the jab there from Hannah.
Better start to the round for Hannah Rankin.
Just again needs to be wary of those counters coming back when she gets her opponent to the ropes.
Howard Foster just brings them apart. He was going to let them work out of that, but saw something he didn't like.
So this is where Hannah likes it. She's able to put that pressure and size on her opponent. She's got to make it a bit ugly on the inside.
Yeah. Well, it looks like Howard Foster's letting that sort of inside fighting happen, which is encouraging for Hannah Rankin.
Each round starting with a fast pace.
Yeah.
Both fighters coming out each round and just letting their hands go.
It'd be interesting to see if it stays like this throughout the whole fight at this pace. I feel like it slowed down a touch towards the end of this round.
Yeah, this is some pace. We've got super welterweights here fighting at a Raven Chapman pace.
They're working on it. They're getting there. They're getting there. Nice work there from Hannah. That's what she's got to do. Keep that. You can already see Mannes is draining a little bit. She's slowed down a touch now, and I think this is where Hannah can really take advantage.
I think she had to put a lot into the opening 4 minutes, I guess. This round has definitely been a better round for Hannah Rankin.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like Mannes slowed down a touch that round, which allowed Hannah to work that little bit more when she got a bit closer. Still getting caught slightly on those counters when she gets her opponent to the ropes, but good work up close from Hannah. But like you see there, a lot of flurry still coming from Mannes, making it very hard to lock her down, really.
Well, it's a brilliant division, the super welterweight division right now. WBA world champion, still Terry Harper. She's still got that belt. WBO and WBC with Emma Cozen, of course, who holds that victory over Hannah Rankin. And the IBF and IBO are held by Femke Hermans.
10 seconds, corners.
And of course, still hanging around, Cecilia Breakers,
Seconds out.
which Hannah Rankin describes as her dream fight. Well, she needs to keep the dream alive tonight. Fourth round here of 8, WBA Continental title on the line.
Hannah, they're still trying to work on the inside.
Yeah, that's not a good position for Naomi Mannes, is it?
No. See Mannes just sort of pushing her gum shield out a little bit. Is that a sign she's getting tired?
At the end of the final, at the last round, she pushed it out immediately as soon as the bell went.
Yeah. Yeah, that snap in Mannes' punches has gone out of it slightly now, it looks like. And Hannah needs to really step up on the gas even more now and keep that pace for the next few rounds.
Well, she's got the gears. We know that with Hannah Rankin. She can certainly keep this pace for the rounds. She took one there. They took a right hand from...
There, yeah, just going back in a straight line there, and she had a glove there, so she caught the shot, but it can still not look great. No. This is where Hannah wants her there against the ropes, but I think Mannes has sort of figured that out now and isn't trying to get off them. As soon as she feels them, she's getting away.
I think Mannes is feeling the pace of this fight now. Like you said, the gum shield's sticking out. Keeps looking to a corner on the referee. I think she's starting to slowly feel the pace of this fight.
Lovely right hand there from Hannah. Just like to say, give her a touch, serve more space.
Yeah, this is happening right above us there. Again, Naomi Mannes playing around with the gum shield. She was in an uncomfortable position there up against the ropes. Plenty of sneaky shots landed from Hannah Rankin. A good round for the Scot.
Good round from Hannah there, yeah. She really took advantage of that pace. She looks comfortable at that pace as well, which is good. So we want to see her keep that up through the next 4 rounds.
Another thing we just saw there is Hannah's not taking the stool where Mannes is. Maybe that's a sign of things as well. Maybe she's feeling the fight more than she is.
Yeah, Hannah Rankin has stood up between every round. It was a sharp start to this fight from Naomi Mannes, but the sting seems to have left some of those punches. Some of that early success is lessening now, and Hannah Rankin seems to be coming on.
Yeah, that earlier sharpness in the punches, those real heavier looking counters when she's on the ropes.
10
don't seem to be
seconds,
coming
corners.
back as frequently at the moment.
Seconds out.
Being lifted from her
Round
stool there,
5.
Naomi Mannes. Well, that's the distance that Mannes wants to be at.
That's it. You see, she's really trying to just circle the ring and keep it long with Hannah now. Try not to let her get in, but I think that size of Hannah's, she's starting to feel it. Still giving it back though. Good little combination shots there from Mannes.
And again, just spitting out that gum shield again, just fiddling around with it. What could that be, Raven? Why would someone do that?
Maybe opening up the mouth, being able to get more air in. Not too sure, but I would see it as a sign of I'm tired. So that if I was Hannah, I'd be like, okay, I need to take advantage of that. She's tired. She's spitting a gum shield out.
Couple of decent counters landed by Naomi Mannes.
Hannah working her body a bit more as well in this round, slowing her down. You can see when she throws into the body, it's making her opponent slow down. She can't move around the ring as she wanted to.
Hannah really can't switch off at any point though, because Mannes is constantly dangerous.
Referee just having a word with both fighters.
See Mannes looking at her corner there.
Yeah, I think Mannes is really feeling the pace of this fight now.
Well, Hannah Rankin's pressure has not stopped.
Lovely double jab right from Hannah there. Great pressure on the ropes.
And she's
really
got Mannes in
opening
all
up.
sorts of trouble
Not
here.
going back. That's it. Very, very nice end to the round there for Hannah Rankin. Found the shots with that double jab cross, got in range, had her on the ropes in the corner, just let her flurry go. Mannes really struggling to throw anything back, managed to survive it, and then, yeah, saved by the bell.
Breathing heavily in the corner as well. Naomi Mannes, of course, she was lifted up off her stool to head out into the last round. I'm sure she'll be lifted up again here. A lot of pressure being piled on, particularly at the end there from Hannah Rankin. A good round for the Scot.
Yeah, there it is, that nice flurry. See Mannes taking a good few shots before throwing on back, and very dangerous position to be in next. If you don't throw it back, that's when the ref could jump in because you're not able to defend
10
yourself.
seconds, corners.
Yeah, very good round for Hannah Rankin there. Finished very strong.
Seconds out.
Mannes is definitely finishing this fight.
And again,
round 6.
Lifted out of the corner, lifted off her stool. Hannah Rankin in the ascendancy now, 6 rounds in.
Hannah still looking very focused, very sharp.
Lovely left-right combination.
Right.
And again, Mannes up
Back
against
on
the
the
ropes.
Really applying some pressure now, really.
Yeah, behind the pressure, just smothered her work slightly there, bit too close. But that's exactly where Hannah wants to be and needs to be with this fight. Mannes doesn't like it at all.
Of course, it was a change in opponent for Hannah Rankin. Naomi Mannes came in at a couple of weeks' notice. I asked Hannah's trainer, Noel Callan, how much difference it made. He said it makes no difference. She's going to mug her. That's the kind of feeling right now as she does get up close and make it rough and land her shots inside Hannah Rankin.
Mannes coming back with a good few flurries there. A little bit of a nick over the left eye of Hannah Rankin by the looks of it.
Well spotted,
Was it a
Raven.
little swell?
There's a cut that's opened up there. Again, just backing up Mannes to the ropes. I mean, the nick doesn't look to be in a particularly bad place. We'll have to have a closer look at it.
Good little comeback in this round from Mannes, but Hannah's still been very dominant. From probably about 4 rounds onwards, it's been very, very dominant display from Hannah Rankin.
It has been. She's let her hands go, but she has picked up a nick. I do wonder what caused that. Was it a punch? Was it a head? Was it something else? Hopefully we can find it on these replays here. I mean, overall it was a good round for Hannah Rankin, but she did take a little bit of damage. Might have been one of those sharp counters from Naomi Mannes. And they're having a look in the corner. Doesn't seem to be too much panic and alarm about it.
Yeah, still looks quite calm over in the Hannah Rankin corner.
10
Despite the
seconds,
cut,
corners.
like you say, it looks like it's in a fairly good enough place for a cut to be in.
Seconds out. Round 7.
Well, 2 rounds left here. Hannah Rankin, Naomi Mannes, your main event on Box Nation. WBA Continental title on the line. Hannah Rankin looking to rebuild and work her way towards another world title. Wants another shot this year. But Naomi Mannes giving her a bit to think about in this round.
Hannah can't switch off, you know, as comfortable as the last couple of rounds might have been. Mannes is still dangerous. She's still throwing, especially when she's in trouble. She's really throwing back and actually catching Hannah when that's happening. So she needs to stay switched on and not let those little bits go away with her.
Well, the punches may not have the same sting that they had earlier in the fight, but she has kept throwing them, Naomi Mannes.
She remains still dangerous, and that's why Hannah needs to be careful, just not to get too greedy and box very smart.
Just took one on the way in there, Hannah Rankin. 30 seconds to go in the 7th round. Mannes briefly with her back against the ropes. That's where Rankin has really had her success in this fight. There have been moments where she's backed Mannes right up against the ropes and landed flurries. Mannes landed from distance.
It's another action-packed round. Very good from both fighters, still throwing big shots and, you know, really going for it. Still great pace. I'm liking the pressure from Hannah, thinking when she's got that pressure and on that front foot and keeping that guard up high, Mannes is really struggling with it. But as soon as she drops that guard and Mannes finds that opportunity to let a few shots go, she gains that confidence and then comes back again.
Yeah, I agree. If Hannah's a bit more calm, a bit more calculated, she could do some more damage. But Mannes still remains dangerous in this fight, so that's why she has to be careful. She doesn't get caught on the way in.
Well, we're heading into the 8th and final round.
10 seconds, corners.
There may have been some rounds quite difficult to
Seconds
score.
out.
It's been rounds where both fighters
3rd
have had success.
Final round.
Important round, really.
Yeah. Important round, obviously those middle rounds, Hannah had a few very dominant rounds in those 4, 5, 6.
They're fighting this one out. I think both fighters know they could probably do with this round.
Yeah. Like to see Hannah get behind that double jab right again. Because that's a combination that's really been working for her tonight. When she's done it, it's really put Mannes under Mannes.
Yeah. Very good, Raven. Just rolling on the way in there, Hannah Rankin, but sent very briefly against the ropes. I think like more of a balance issue.
She used to not let that get to her, that, you know, being sloppy with it and just falling in because she's wanting to come forward. She still needs to set it up behind that jab.
Still explosive pace in this 8th round. It's amazing how they've been able to manage to keep up with the pace.
Nice shot for shot there in that little exchange.
Nice counter there from Mannes. She's boxed well at times tonight, Mannes.
Real even round. I think the last 2 rounds, Zach Mannes has had a second win. She's actually taken this fight to Hannah a bit more in this last round.
Yeah, that's exactly it. It seems like Mannes sort of found her legs again the last couple of rounds, didn't it?
Well, I think we're going to see them absolutely throw hell for leather here. The final seconds of the fight. Well, what a thriller over 8 rounds. Hannah Rankin, Naomi Mannes. Raven, how do you, were you scoring it? How do you see it playing out?
Trying to score it a little bit. I think there was maybe a few swing rounds in there. For me, Hannah got it on that dominance, especially those dominant rounds in the middle, I think would be really key to getting the decision today. I think those with some of the tight rounds, I'll probably favour Hannah. Yeah, so I'd say Hannah, but it could be a close call, but I think Hannah definitely had that for me.
What do you think, Jermaine?
Yeah, I agree with Raven. I think Hannah done enough in the middle rounds to win this fight. So yeah, definitely won the middle rounds for me, and I think Hannah Rankin just won this fight.
Yeah, there was certainly a strong middle round surge as Hannah Rankin is given the Scottish flag, raises it very, very proudly.
Very exciting fight to end the night on, explosive from both fighters, and both fighters really come in to put enough performance and come away with a nice shiny belt.
I'll tell you what, it was a brilliant fight to watch. Hannah Rankin's first world title fight. She fought Alicia Napoleon out in the States. They put it on after the main event and they turned the cameras off. That's a story that she tells people. It was the only world title fight on the show. That was back in 2018 and it didn't get shown. It shows you how far women's boxing has come, by the way, because that's the sort of fight, a world title fight, that you build shows around now.
Yeah, 100%. It just shows how far it's come from, you know, cameras being switched off to her ending up headlining tonight's show on the first Box Nation card.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic fight, Jermaine.
It's been a fantastic night of boxing and a real good main event to end the night, and I'm really impressed with that fight. Really am.
Well, the scorecards are being totted up at ringside. They've now been handed over to our MC. And we wait now with bated breath.
I feel like there's a difference in body posture between the two. Hannah's looking quite upbeat, whereas Mannes is looking a little bit deflated.
Well, we're going to find out very shortly because we have the scores. The scores are in. Let's head over to the announcer, Bobby Blundell.
Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a massive round of applause for both of our boxers? After 8 rounds, we go to our judges' scorecards, where Michael Alexander has scored the contest 77 points to 75 in favour of Naomi Mannes. Teddy O'Connor has scored the contest 77 points to 76 in favour of Hannah Rankin. Phil Edwards has scored the contest 79 points to 74 in favour of your winner by split decision and the new WBA Super Welterweight Continental Champion, Naomi Mannes.
Well, it's heartbreak for Hannah Rankin.
Ladies and gentlemen, please, a big round
Naomi
of applause
Mannes
for Hannah
wins the split decision here in Liverpool in our main event on Box Nation. It's been a bit of a night of upsets. The night began with an upset and it's ended with a bit of an upset here. Naomi Mannes is the new WBA Continental Champion. Immediate thoughts, Raven Chapman?
Yeah, like I say, gutted for Hannah there. I thought she'd done enough to get that. Like I say, definitely a few swing rounds in there, but dominance in those middle rounds from Hannah. Although, like we say, Mannes came back towards the end and really put it on Hannah as well. And, you know, great fight, well-deserved winner from either fighter who it could have been. But, yeah, devastated for Hannah tonight.
Well, that's two heartbreaking split decision losses in a row now for Hannah Rankin. She won't be happy. She looks absolutely gutted.
I'm shocked by that. I thought she'd done enough to win that fight. The middle rounds, I thought she nicked it. Mannes did have a second win. She finished quite strong in the last two rounds, but the middle rounds for me, I think Hannah Rankin done enough to win that fight, so I'm a bit shocked by that.
Well, the scores were 77-75 for Mannes, 77-76 for Rankin, and the final one was 79-74 for Mannes. 79-74 seems pretty wide, Raven.
It does seem a bit wide. Like I say, there were a few swing rounds to begin with. You know, the first 3 rounds are definitely very close, could have gone either way. So if you were to score those 3 rounds to Mannes and then the last 2 rounds to Mannes, she's at least 5 rounds, you know, so she's 5 rounds up. Yeah, just like I say, just go for Hannah. I think 79-74 is a bit of a wide score.
Well, we're going to head over now to Shannon Courtney, who has the winner with her. Over to you, Shannon.
Naomi, and the new. How'd you feel?
Amazing. I'm in my prime and I deliver. I'm like Amazon, just a little bit better.
So you come here tonight and you've caused the upset. Was that the game plan all along? Was just to rough her up, stick it on her? You know, obviously you've come up a weight for this fight as well. Did you feel strong in there as well, or was she tougher than you thought?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, Hannah is an amazing athlete. Like, she would face anybody, but I knew that she wouldn't have a patch on me. I'm just a better boxer, and that's what I showed tonight.
So obviously, like I said, you've caused the upset. You've got the title. What's next? Is there any names you want to call out?
So I'm usually not a super welterweight. I actually had to put weight on to take the fight. So I want to go down a weight and, you know, fight the best. Maybe someone like Chantel Cameron, if she wants to fight.
Chantel Cameron, that's a big call out.
Yeah, I know, but in order to be the best, you need to face the best.
Great attitude. Congratulations, a fantastic win. Well done.
So, wow, big upset here tonight, Nando.
Massive upset. We started the show off with a bang and ended it with that, but congratulations to Mannes. She's now got the belt.
Yeah, definitely. But what a great advert for boxing tonight, and great advert to be back here on Box Nation.
Of course, you saw so many people, so many fighters who are at the beginning of their careers, and it's a great platform for them and a great opportunity, and congratulations to all the winners tonight.
Yeah, we've had knockouts, TKOs, round banks, upsets. What is your favourite moment of the night?
I will say the Kazakhstan fighter Kurkamet. That liver shot. It's just it was beautiful. The way he timed it, the way he was leading up to that from the second round, really. So yeah, that was my favorite fight. But also James Heneghan coming back 10 months of injury, and his performance was great.
Let's just touch again on that main event. Did you agree with those scorecards? Are you happy with that?
No, and I think the commentary team will agree with me on that. Don't want to shout out robbery, but it was a robbery, and I did say at the beginning of the show, it's make or break for Hannah, and unfortunately, I feel bad for her.
We've got the voice of Queensbury joining us. Steph Sani, how are you?
How are we doing?
Hello, Mr. Sani. How are you?
Quite the main event, wasn't it?
Yes.
Are you shocked at those scorecards?
You know, one of them, the final one that they read out, I think it was 79-74. It felt pretty wide. The other two felt okay. Felt like one of those it's what you like kind of fights. I felt like there was a mid-round resurgence from Hannah Rankin after a start where Mannes was very good. She was crisp, she was sharp. it looked like she was fading, and Hannah Rankin came on. I probably saw the same scorecard that the Rankin judge scored. But that's boxing, and it's heartbreak for Hannah Rankin. I'm heartbroken for her. That's 2 split decision losses in a row. Can she come back from it? Look, it's I guess that's going to be up to her. She's got a whole life outside of boxing. She plays the bassoon very well, I understand, but I think she's still got more fight, and she fought with a lot of spirit tonight.
I want to ask you, was you impressed with Mannes? Even though she was gassing out, you saw the gum shield was coming out a few times. I think it was after round 3, sorry. Was you impressed by how she stayed in the fight and was trying to fight back as well?
Yeah, there were moments in between rounds where her coach was lifting her up to send her out for the round. We saw the gum shield stuff. The gum shield stuff was weird, right? Yeah. I said to Raven, what's going on there? And she said, well, she looks tired. You do that if you're a little bit tired. So it looked like Hannah Rankin was in the ascendancy and Naomi Mannes was on the way down. Yeah. But Naomi Mannes found something in the last couple of rounds, and if you've seen it for her, you've probably seen her land some good counters in the final couple of rounds. So congratulations to her. We'd happily see her again, right?
Deb, just how important is it to have a good coach in your corner?
Yeah, absolutely, of course. Look, they both had good coaches. Of course, Naomi Mannes' coach was lifting her up and sending her out, so they clearly have a great relationship, and he knew his fighter needed that. But Noel Callan, Noel Callan now has the job of trying to lift Hannah Rankin's spirits, just like he did back in November in the Emma Kozin fight. Hopefully, he can do it. Hopefully, we see Hannah Rankin again. These are split decisions. These aren't her getting knocked out. These aren't her being completely outboxed thoroughly and UD'd. These are fights where some judges have her winning. On other nights, she could have won these fights. She could have come into tonight, well, into her next fight as a unified super welterweight champion on a different judge's score. It's boxing, and she's having a hard time right now.
And Nando, that's 2 losses on the bounce now for Hannah. Where does she go next?
Well, Dev mentioned the dream fight with Cecilia Brækhus. I think at this stage of her career, and Brækhus at her stage of her career, can that fight still happen?
I don't know. I mean, Brækhus is #1, I think, with the WBA. The champion is still Terry Harper. She's still retained that belt. So it depends on what Brækhus wants to do, what they have in mind, of course, with Hannah Rankin as well. I hope to still see it. I know it's Hannah Rankin's dream fight. Let's hope she can come back.
So, guys, the atmosphere in here tonight has been absolutely incredible. Final thoughts on the night?
I mean, look, the night started with an upset, a knockout upset, unbelievable KO from a guy called Rocky Siciliano. That's his nickname. A real Rocky story as well. Yeah. Headlining on Box Nation. Well, he wasn't headlining, but he started off the night with a knockout, and it ended with an upset as well. A heartbreaking one for Hannah Rankin. I think it's been a good night of boxing, and guys, it's great to have Box Nation back with live boxing, right? Come on.
Nando, what you?
Yeah, I second what Dev just said as well, and the atmosphere made it even better. The home crowd supporting their own, James Heneghan, Olivia Hussey as well. I think that's what made it a bittersweet as well.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us in the skies. Thank you so much to the commentary team. You've all been splendid. Amazing. Thank you guys at home for watching. We hope you enjoyed it, and we will see you on the next Box Nation card.